Chapter 1551. Lu Qingmei was rarely this excited. It was as if her body did not belong to her anymore. She felt as if she was floating in the air, as if she was about to fly to the ninth heaven. She completely gave up on resisting. She was like 10,000 limpid autumn waters, allowing Tang Zheng to do whatever he wanted, changing into all kinds of embarrassing positions. She had never been so impudent before. The cries resounded throughout the villa, so she subconsciously knew that others would definitely hear them. However, since she had already taken the lead and carried him back to her room, then there was no need to deceive herself. Let's unrestrainedly release ourselves to our heart's content. She was happy, but the others were not happy at all. All kinds of feelings floated up in their hearts. Some people covered their ears with their blankets, while others closed their eyes in an attempt to sleep. However, those sounds seemed to be everywhere. It was not something they could not hear, even if they did not want to. Mu Hongyan did not know whether to laugh or cry. She thought to herself that young people were really having fun. Wasn't there still a child? Mother, Sister Qingmei is calling. Did something happen? Nana suddenly raised her head and asked curiously. Mu Hongyan hurriedly covered her daughter's ears and said, "Nana, be good. Eavesdropping on other people's conversations is not right. Quickly go to sleep." Oh, Nana seemed to understand and immediately closed her eyes. Mu Hongyan did not want her daughter to be affected, so she hurriedly used her divine ability. An invisible barrier covered Nana, so no more sounds could disturb her. Not long after, Nana fell into a deep sleep. Aya, how could I forget this method? It's fine as long as we block out the sounds. Mu Hongyan slapped her head. She was not a normal person. Facing this powerless situation, she could completely block it out. However, just as she was about to use her technique, she could not help but stop. That sound seemed to have magic, causing ripples in her heart. She could not help but want to listen for a while longer. The others were in a similar situation as her. They all had a way to block out the sounds, but for some reason they did not do so. They secretly listened in the corner. Suddenly, the sound stopped. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, but there was a sense of loss and emptiness in their hearts. Lu Qingmei was completely out of strength. She lay limply on the bed. Tang Zheng got down from her body and said with a mischievous smile, "Now you know how powerful I am? You dared to challenge me just now. Let's see if you still dare to do so in the future." Lu Qingmei's seductive eyes were like silk. A single look from her seemed to contain thousands of words, as if water was about to drip out. She exhaled and said, "You're so bad." Her jade-like hands couldn't help but touch his hard chest. "Aya, why is it still so hot? Have you not finished neutralizing your pure yang energy?" Lu Qingmei asked in surprise. "How long has it been?" "I've been accumulating pure yang energy for so long. How can it be neutralized so quickly?" Tang Zheng said with a mischievous smile. Seeing that he wasn't a teacher and was looking at her with a restless expression, Lu Qingmei hurriedly surrendered and said, "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. You can go and harm other people." "How can that be? You started the fire, so you have to be responsible for extinguishing it." Tang Zheng's hands touched her again. "No, I'll help you call for help." Lu Qingmei hurriedly jumped off the bed. Her legs went soft, and she almost fell to the ground, which made Tang Zheng burst out laughing. Lu Qingmei coquettishly rolled her eyes at him, put on her pajamas, and walked out. Tang Zheng spread his legs wide open like a Chinese character. He lay comfortably on the bed, reminiscing about the wonderful moment just now. Thinking about it, his pure, young energy began to stir again. Creak! The door opened. Tang Zheng blurted out, "Why aren't you running anymore?" come back obediently and accept my pure yang fire. Ah, just as he finished speaking, he cried out in shock and almost jumped up from the bed. He looked at the person at the door and said, "Sister Mu, why are you here?" Mu Hongyan stood at the door, her face red. She felt that this was incomparably absurd. Since she was young, she had never done such an absurd thing. But there was a voice in her heart that incited her. So, what if it was absurd once? If she missed this opportunity, then wouldn't other people seize the opportunity first? Thinking back to when Lu Qingmei sneaked into her room and said those words to her, her ears turned red. Lu Qingmei actually asked her to extinguish the fire. As the saying goes, keep the goodies within the family. Lu Qingmei and Mu Hongyan usually spent a lot of time in the company. They were colleagues and gradually became good sisters. Therefore, Lu Qingmei left such a good thing for her. Mu Hongyan wanted to refuse, but her body was very honest. There was no way for her to refuse. She was wearing a silk nightgown, which was faintly discernible. It made people's imagination run wild. She curled her lips and rebuked, "Why can't I come? Are you not satisfied and want to change to someone else?" No, no. Tang Zheng quickly denied. Mu Hongyan glanced at him flirtatiously and said, "Even if you want to change, I won't give you the chance." Seeing her walk to the bedside, Tang Zheng hugged her willowy waist, turned over, and pressed her on the bed, chuckling, "How could I want to change people? I haven't doted on Sister Mu for a long time." "Don't call me Sister Mu. It makes me sound old." Mu Hongyan put away her usual cold and aloof appearance in the company, her hands hooked around his neck, her charming eyes like silk. Her red lips slightly opened, and her voice was soft and sweet as she said, "Call me Hongyan." "Good, my good Hongyan. You are really a femme fatale." Tang Zheng lifted her chin and teased, "You are the one who is a femme fatale. You are a femme fatale." Mu Hongyan met his gaze and said provocatively. In an instant, the room rang out again. It seemed that, because there was a precedent, Mu Hongyan did not control herself. Her voice was louder than Lu Qingmei's. This was like a declaration of sovereignty. He was not only someone else's, but also hers. The others thought that they could sleep. Although their hearts were fluctuating, they still forced themselves to sleep. Otherwise, it would not be beautiful if they had panda eyes tomorrow. However, after a while, the sound rang out again. Could it be that they are fighting again? Many people had a strange feeling in their hearts. No, this is not Lu Qingmei's voice. It seems to be Mu Hongyan's voice. Why is she with him? Many people had the idea of favoring one and discriminating against the other. It was fine that Lu Qingmei made the first move, but why was Mu Hongyan also involved? What about them? Many people really wanted to rush out and question Tang Zheng, but when they thought of the scene they might encounter, they could not help but stop. They could only continue to eavesdrop in the corner. They had never felt that a night would be so long. They tossed and turned, and some even directly sat up. Some tried to practice to pass the time, but when they heard the sound, their true qi almost went astray. If they continued to practice, they were afraid that they would be possessed by the devil. Humph, this heartless thing. Everyone fiercely cursed Tang Zheng in their hearts, but they could not hide the faint sense of loss in their hearts as they looked towards the door anxiously. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 1552. Tang Zheng looked at Lu Qingmei, who was lying limp on the bed. He carefully examined the pure yang energy in his body. It was clear that his realm had increased too much and his cultivation had increased too quickly. The corresponding pure yang energy had also erupted too quickly. After tossing and turning for half the night, the pure yang energy was still not completely neutralized. It could even be said that half of it had not been neutralized. No, I can't leave behind any hidden dangers. In addition, with such a big commotion just now, if I do it carelessly, I'm afraid other people will have opinions. I won't be able to have a good time tomorrow. He patted his chest and glanced at his lower body. Brother, I'll have to trouble you then. Mu Hongyan looked like she was drunk as she half closed her eyes in satisfaction. Seeing Tang Zheng mumbling to himself as he got off the bed, she lazily asked, "What are you going to do?" "Hi, hey. Of course I'm going to do something good. You should rest well," Tang Zheng said with a mischievous smile. Mu Hongyan looked at his smiling face and knew he was up to no good. However, her body was weak and she was too lazy to care about him. She comfortably laid down. Tang Zheng's clothes had already been burnt to a crisp. He looked at his naked body. Since there were no outsiders in the villa, and he wasn't afraid of being seen in the middle of the night, he simply swaggered out. Half asleep and half awake, Mu Hongyan heard another cry. She thought it was a dream, so she turned around and said in a daze, "Even dreams are not peaceful. AI, that little guy is too torturous." Suddenly, her eyes flew open, her gaze fixed on the outside. That cry became exceptionally clear. He finally knew that this was not a dream, but reality. She instantly understood why Tang Zheng had sneaked out. Suddenly, she said in embarrassment and anxiousness, "This guy actually went to another room. He's really not afraid of spraining his waist." AI, whatever. I can't be biased. At least he has a little conscience. After experiencing a fierce battle, her body was weak and her eyelids were heavy. She simply did not want to think about this ridiculous guy and fell asleep. That night was truly absurd. No one had ever been so absurd before. The screams only stopped when the sun was about to rise. In the end, Tang Zheng was chased out of Li Xiaoyan's room. He had no choice. He was the last one to go to her room, and he had made her wait for him all night. Naturally, he was angry. Although Li Xiaotian was usually obedient to her and obeyed her orders in the company, when men and women were in bed, how could they still follow the company rules? Li Xiaotian naturally recovered her feminine side. Moreover, Li Xiaotian had practiced the art of seduction before, so her skills in that aspect were much better than others. She allowed Tang Zheng to try many things that he had never done before, making him enjoy himself so much that he forgot to return. Fortunately, his body was stronger than most people's, and he also had a divine technique to protect his body. Otherwise, he would have lost half of his life after such a night of torment. Even so, when he finally left Li Xiaoyan's room, his legs were a little weak, and he staggered back to his room. He did not sleep, but cultivated. Cultivating was a better way to recover than sleeping. After the pure yang energy was neutralized, the circulation of his true qi was exceptionally smooth, and all kinds of divine abilities were used freely. His body recovered very quickly. By the time the sun rose to the middle of the sky, he had completely recovered. He was full of vigor and could fight for another 300 rounds. When he opened the door, he found that only Nana and Linger were playing in the living room. The others had not woken up yet. Tang Zheng suddenly slapped his head. He had actually forgotten about the two of them. He had caused such a big commotion, and it would be a great sin if it affected their minds. However, fortunately, they did not look at him strangely, so he was slightly relieved. Of course, Linger had heard those voices. Although she was inexperienced, she had struggled in the entertainment industry for so long, so how could she not understand what was going on? However, she was not surprised at all because in her heart, her master was high and mighty, omnipotent. To be able to be with him, that was a supreme honor and luck. She could not help but envy them in her heart. Tang Zheng consciously went to the kitchen to make a table of delicious food. They had exhausted themselves in the battle last night and needed to be well nourished. When the sun was high in the sky, the others gradually woke up. Each of them looked radiant and beautiful. They looked at each other and hurriedly turned their heads away. The shyness in their eyes could not be concealed. After this battle, everyone's relationship was truly laid out on the table. If the eldest brother did not say anything, then no one would say anything, especially when they saw that Tang Zheng had made a table of food. A sweet feeling emerged in their hearts. It was unknown if the others were aware of this and deliberately created an environment for them, but no one came to the villa for the whole morning. After lunch, Linger left. She had to go back to work. She had the potential to be a workaholic. Tian Chanzi also came. He looked at him meaningfully, then swept his gaze over the others and said in a low voice, "You must be tired from last night." Tang Zheng patted his body and said, "Do I look tired to you?" "Young man, even if your body is good, you should take it easy." "Ha! At that time, you still righteously rejected my suggestion. Now, aren't you doing it? You are a celestial with a 9-yang saint body. This is your fate. You should accept it," Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng rolled his eyes and inwardly sighed, saying in his heart that the capable should do more work. "Since this is my life, then I can only accept it." If other men heard these words, they would definitely want to chop him to death. They also wanted to accept their fate, but they did not have this fortune. When the others heard the two of them muttering, they fiercely glared at Heaven Monk. They were old and disrespectful, one old and one young. Neither of them were old things. Cough, cough. Tian Chanzi coughed twice. He seemed to have recovered his seriousness and said, "The spring festival is coming. We should try to settle the matter in Dianan before the spring festival." Tang Zheng nodded. He also had this intention. "Then we should find a day to leave as soon as possible. What are we waiting for? Can't we do it today? Don't tell me you are too tired and have no energy?" Tian Chanzi looked him up and down and mischievously asked, "Nonsense. How could I have no energy?" His energy had indeed recovered. After neutralizing the pure yang energy and cultivating, he had already recovered to his peak state. Moreover, he did not need to worry about the pure yang energy erupting. This was the best time to fight. "Then don't dawdle," Tian Chanzi urged. "We also want to go." Hearing this, the other women all stopped what they were doing and looked at Umo with burning eyes, volunteering to do it. "I also want to go." Nana heard the 2 words Dianan. That was her hometown, so she also raised her head. Her eyes were firm and did not allow anyone to refuse. To read the latest novel without error, please visit Chapter 1553. Everyone wanted to go to Dianan and help Tang Zheng. However, this was unrealistic. In the end, Mu Hongyan and Nana were approved to go together. Other than them, even Li Xiaotian did not have this opportunity. After she took control of the Li Palace, she had taken several risks with Tang Zheng. In order to balance the relationship between the women, Tang Zheng could not allow her to go together. Otherwise, the others would definitely have objections. This trip to Dianan was extremely dangerous. Tang Zheng did not want them to take the risk. In the end, they talked until their mouths were dry, and Umo did not agree to anyone else. Tian Chanzi naturally could not go. There must be a general in the family. After the Empyrean fairy left, Tian Chanzi became the most suitable candidate. The others were unhappy. There was nothing they could do even if they went. They could only hold back their energy and hope that their cultivation would improve faster. Only then would they have the opportunity to help him and not be a burden. In addition, there were also the 4 symbols, Azura and Thundercloud Beast, traveling with him. He would not ignore these generals. After Little White left, these few divine beasts did not seem to be in high spirits, and were sullen. Therefore, Tang Zheng planned to use battle to stimulate them, especially the thundercloud beast. It was the first mythological beast to follow him. Although it was due to Xiao Bai's face at the beginning, now it had sincerely pledged allegiance to Tang Zheng. On the somersault cloud, Tang Zheng, Mu Hongyan, and Nana stood on the clouds and looked down. Nana was extremely excited. She kept jumping up and down, as if she wanted to test whether this marshmallow-like somersault cloud was elastic or not. The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth hung a shallow smile as he watched her mischief. Mu Hongyan advised her a few times, but Nanan did not listen. It was as if she knew that Tang Zheng was her backer and would comply with her every wish. Tang Zheng also really loved this little girl. During this period of time, he really didn't accompany her properly. She had grown a lot taller and more beautiful. Mu Hongyan helplessly said, "Just give in to her. When the time comes and she develops all kinds of bad habits, I will find you to settle the score." Tang Zheng lovingly stroked Nana's hair and said, "She's so obedient. How could she have any bad habits? Don't worry too much." Mu Hongyan smiled knowingly. She knew her daughter very well. She had been well-behaved and sensible since she was a child. Especially after she recovered from her illness, she often helped Mu Hongyan do what she could. She also said that her mother used to take care of her too hard, and now she wanted to repay her filial piety. Mu Hongyan was moved to tears. "Will I be able to see Grandpa when I go back this time?" Nana asked expectantly with her big, sparkling eyes. Ever since the mother and daughter broke off with the Long family, they had never returned to the Long family in Dianan. Naturally, they had never seen Long Xianyuan again. Hearing this, Mu Hongyan's expression became unnatural. If there was anyone in the huge Long family that they would still miss, it would only be Long Xianyuan. Back then, Long Xianyuan treated them quite well, especially doting on Nanan. It was a pity that he did not truly fulfill his responsibility as the head of the family and allowed his youngest son to repeatedly harass and target the mother and daughter. Therefore, Mu Hongyan still had a knot in her heart. Mu Hongyan glanced at Tang Zheng. This matter was not something she could decide. Tang Zheng patted his head. He had actually forgotten a very important matter. Back then, in order to sow discord between Ji Wuxiang and Qiyu, he had transformed into Qiyu and shattered Long Xuanyuan's dantian. Later, he forgot to tell Mu Hongyan. Now that she mentioned it, he remembered again. There's something I haven't told you yet." "What is it?" "It's about Nana's grandfather." Mu Hongyan's heart tightened. She knew that Ji Wuxiang had chosen Dianan as his base camp. It must be inextricably linked to the Long family. Could it be that Long Xianyuan had encountered an accident? "What is it?" "His dantian was shattered by me, and he became an ordinary person." Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment, but still revealed the truth. Mu Hongyan heaved a sigh of relief. So that was the case. This was much better than she had imagined, although she also knew what a shattered dantian meant to a martial artist. But what was wrong with being an ordinary person? At least he could keep his life and not get involved in Ji Wuxiang's matters. He could live a quiet life and spend his old age in peace. With the wealth of the Long family, it was not difficult for him to be a rich man in his old age. Mu Hongyan pondered for a long time and said, "This is the best ending for him." "It's good that you understand. I had no choice." Tang Zheng explained. Mu Hongyan squeezed out a smile, held his hand openly, and said, "I know your difficulties. Since I am already by your side, I will naturally think for you. The past is already a thing of the past, and I don't want to think about it anymore." Nana was a cultivator, so she did not know what a shattered dantian meant. She was only immersed in her own world, alive and kicking. Whoosh! a gust of wind blew over, and a figure flew to the front of the somersault cloud. Thundercloud Beast. Master, we are about to reach the border of Dianan. There are no abnormalities for the time being, the Thundercloud Beast reported. The Thundercloud Beast took the lead and flew to the front to investigate the situation. Don't go, stay by our side. We are about to enter the border of Dianan. Although we are in the sky, the celestial chest covers the sky and the earth. We may not be able to escape Ji Wuxiang's eyes. The Thundercloud Beast rubbed its fists. It had not exercised its muscles and bones for too long, and it could not wait to fight. After flying for a while, they had truly entered the border of Dianan. In the distance, there were hundreds of thousands of mountains that rose and fell one after another. It was almost impossible to see the end at a glance. That place carried too many memories of Tang Zheng and the Thundercloud Beast. He could not help but look into the distance. After a while, he slowly withdrew his gaze and fell on the city under his feet. The terrain of Dianan was complicated, and the mountains rose and fell. As a result, the city was built on the mountains and was not orderly. Hey, why has Dianan changed so much? Suddenly, Mu Hongyan said in surprise, staring at the city under her feet. Why do you say that? Although Tang Zheng had come to Dianan several times, he had not carefully observed the city. Mu Hongyan had lived in the city since she was a child, so naturally she knew more about it than him. Mu Hongyan pointed to a huge flat ground not far away and said, "There used to be a museum. It was quite large, but now it is gone." Her eyes turned and she pointed to another place and said, "There used to be a government department. A very magnificent office building was built there, but now it is gone." Mu Hongyan pointed out a few more places. Anyway, it was very different from the Dianan in her memory. There had been earth-shaking changes. A person's memory would not have such a big mistake. The only explanation was that Dianan had really been turned upside down, and it was no longer the Dianan of the past. Tang Zheng believed in Mu Hongyan's judgment and looked in the direction of her finger. Gradually, his expression became dignified. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 1554. Tang Zheng's expression was solemn as he gradually saw through the clues. If the huge southern Yunnan was treated as a chessboard, then the places that Mu Hongyan pointed out were a few key nodes. Pulling one would affect the whole body, which was extremely important to the celestial chess. He suddenly realized, no wonder there was such a huge change. Ji Wuxiang has already treated the entire southern Yunnan as a big chessboard and set up a huge celestial chess. Those few points are the places where changes or sacrifices must be made. He was extremely shocked. It seemed that Ji Wuxiang had already completely controlled southern Yunnan. Southern Yunnan had already become a country within a country, his independent kingdom. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to complete so many things in such a short period of time. He's really going all out. Is he going to stay in southern Yunnan and not leave? Although this was a big deal, it could only affect southern Yunnan and had little impact on other places. However, when Tang Zheng looked at the 100,000 mountains not far away, he knew the meaning of Ji Wuxiang's move. Southern Yunnan was backed by the 100,000 mountains, and it was not a small place. Once the city and the 100,000 mountains were used as a huge chessboard, under the effect of the celestial chess, it was completely possible to use a fulcrum to pry open the entire country. At that time, he could really rely on southern Yunnan to affect other places. When he thought of this, he stared at the 100,000 mountains with bright eyes. He did not know if he did not look, but when he looked, he was shocked. He and the Thundercloud Beast had both overlooked one point. The 100,000 mountains seemed to have changed as well. Thundercloud Beast, look at the 100,000 mountains." He hurriedly shouted. The thunder cloud beast looked over, and after a while, its eyes bulged. It had lived in the prehistoric, heavenly tomb for so many years, so it was very familiar with that area, now that it looked over there. Dark clouds covered the area, and a huge flat ground seemed to have appeared on the ground. Without a doubt, that was definitely Ji Wuxiang's doing. The man and beast looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. They already understood each other's thoughts. Tang Zheng's face was as gloomy as water as he said, "It seems that we still underestimated Ji Wuxiang. The speed of his actions is far beyond our imagination." Ji Wuxiang had already extended his evil claws to the 100,000 mountains. In other words, what he had already done or was currently doing could completely multiply the power of heavenly chess, to the point where he could use a single point to move an entire country. In addition, there was also Mount Buzhou in the 100,000 mountains. Yan Qingyi had once predicted that Mount Buzhou would be the key to the end of the world. Could it be that the apocalypse was related to Ji Wuxiang? Tang Zheng was very clear about the power of the heavenly chess. Once the heavenly chess went out of control, he was not sure if it would lead to the end of the world. After hearing their words, Mu Hongyan also realized the seriousness of the matter and said, "Then what should we do next?" Tang Zheng retracted his gaze from the 100,000 mountains and said, "Then let's go to the 100,000 mountains first." Mu Hongyan thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Things have developed to such a serious point. We must cut the Gordian knot and disrupt the enemy's pace as soon as possible. Therefore, I think it would be more effective to divide the troops into two groups." Mu Hongyan managed a company with so many people, so naturally she had her own opinions and judgment. Therefore, her words touched Tang Zheng's heart. However, Tang Zheng still refused without hesitation. "It's too dangerous." The danger was not to Tang Zheng, but to Mu Hongyan and Nana. Mu Hongyan was very clear about this. However, if she always lived under the protection of Tang Zheng and let him shelter her from the wind and rain, would she be helping him or dragging him down? This time, she set a goal for herself. That was, she must not drag him down. If he was dragged down because of her when they just arrived in Dianan, she would rather go back. Nana and I are not powerless to protect ourselves. Moreover, we were born and raised here. You are all familiar with it. Therefore, if there is really danger, we will escape. There will always be a place for us to hide in the streets and alleys." Mu Hongyan said persistently. Nana also nodded seriously. "Brother, I have grown up. I will protect my mother well and won't let outsiders hurt her. You can rest assured." Obviously, the little fellow was also very confident. Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He touched her head and said, "What are you doing here?" Nana pouted and said, "I'm not here to join in the fun. I'm here to help." Tang Zheng understood Mu Hongyan. Once she made a decision, he certainly could not change it. Moreover, her words were very persuasive. "Well, but the thundercloud beast must follow you and protect your safety. Thundercloud beast, do you hear me? You must protect their safety." Tang Zheng solemnly exhorted. The thundercloud beast flapped its wings a few times and said, "Master, you can rest assured. If anything happens to them, you can hold me responsible. In addition, if there is really danger, hide and protect yourself first. This is the most important thing." Tang Zheng held Nana in one hand and Mu Hongyan in the other. Mu Hongyan nodded meekly and said with a smile, "I know. Wow, Nana is finally going to beat the bad guys. I'm so happy." Nana was in high spirits. She suddenly jumped up and kissed Tang Zheng on the face. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. "Nana, you sneak attacked me." He. Nana smiled even more brilliantly. Her two little dimples were round and beautiful. She tugged at Mu Hongyan's hand and said, "Mother, I already kissed Big Brother. You should kiss him too." "Kiss me too?" Mu Hongyan's face immediately turned red. This was really her own daughter. "Yes, I have to kiss him. This is to give Big Brother the courage to fight. It's always like this in the movies," Nana said in a serious tone. Mu Hongyan rolled her eyes. What kind of lousy movie was that? She would definitely not watch it in the future. She could not continue to poison her daughter. However, she could not dissuade her daughter. She leaned over and kissed Tang Zheng on the face. Although she did not stop, the two's hearts trembled slightly. They looked at each other with eyes full of deep affection. "Thank you, Nana. Then I will also give you courage." Tang Zheng deduced many things from one example. He kissed Nana on the face, and then affectionately kissed Mu Hongyan on the lips. Mu Hongyan was shocked as if she had been electrocuted. She stared blankly at him. Her white cheeks turned red directly to her ears. It was sweet and shy. Oh, Big Brother gave us courage. We are filled with courage. Thundercloud Beast, hurry up. Let's fly down." Nana jumped onto the Thundercloud Beast. The Thundercloud Beast immediately grew bigger and carried her. Mu Hongyan and Tang Zheng's hands were still tightly held together. They were reluctant to part. Their eyes met, filled with affection. Mu Hongyan gently said, "You must be careful. You must take care of yourself. Don't try to be brave. You too. With my current cultivation, it will not be easy for Ji Wuxiang to hurt me," Tang Zheng said confidently. Chapter 1555. 100,000 Great Mountains, revisiting old places, gave birth to many emotions. The miasma from back then had long since disappeared. In the distance was the homeland of the Witch clan. It had long been destroyed in the Great War, leaving behind only a mess. In front of him was the Witch clan's holy land. Xiaobai was born here, but because of the volcanic eruption, his appearance had long changed. Memories gushed out from the bottom of Tang Zheng's heart like spring water. Along the way, he saw a few places razed to the ground. Lakes were filled in, mountains were pushed down, and towering trees were cut down. Everything seemed to be far from what he remembered. Tang Zheng's heart gradually turned cold, and he muttered to himself, "Ji Wuxiang is really crazy to set up such a huge chess game." Back then, the heavenly chess that Ji Wuxiang had set up in the capital seemed vast, but in reality, it could only be considered an experimental version. Now, the heavenly chess had merged with Dianan and the 100,000 Great Mountains, and its area was vast, extending to the end of the horizon, causing one to feel a deep sense of shock. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely rush down and destroy the nodes of the heavenly chess. However, Tang Zheng understood the heavenly chess very well, and knew that these nodes were just minor details. There was nothing to worry about, and even if they were destroyed, it would not affect the entire game. He had already deduced according to the heavenly chess and confirmed that two places were the core of the heavenly chess. One was Dianan City, and the other was the prehistoric heavenly tomb. One in the east and one in the west, they were the head and tail of each other, echoing each other from afar. This was the true core node of the heavenly chess. Therefore, his target was the prehistoric heavenly tomb. The prehistoric heavenly tomb was already in sight. The aura inside was constantly changing, like the center of a storm, but also like another world. As expected, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up, confirming his guess. Whiz! Suddenly, a sound of something tearing through the air silently approached, interrupting Tang Zheng's thoughts. A sharp force shot over from below, heading straight for the somersault cloud. Tang Zheng stood on the somersault cloud. Looking down, it was just an ordinary cloud. Of course, other than the fact that its flying speed was a little fast. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. He thought to himself that the other party really couldn't hold back anymore, and actually took the initiative to attack. He didn't think that he had gone deep into the 100,000 great mountains without being discovered by the heavenly chess. Although he was well-versed in the heavenly chess and could use some rules to avoid detection, it was impossible for him to remain undiscovered for a long time. If that was the case, then Ji Wuxiang was too weak. Tang Zheng lowered his head to take a look. It was a beam of light that had already arrived below the somersault cloud. Whoosh! A beam of sword light flew out of his hand and easily struck the invading enemy. There was a loud explosion, and everything was calm again. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the calm didn't last for too long. Numerous sounds of the air being torn apart arrived unexpectedly, like a violent storm slapping the ground, covering the sky and covering the sun. Interesting. It was actually a rain of arrows. The strangest thing was that every arrow had a trace of the power of the stars on it. Tang Zheng glanced at the sky and found another clue. The sky above the 100,000 great mountains was actually different from the sky elsewhere. Ordinary people couldn't see the difference, but Tang Zheng could, although it was broad daylight, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky. There were actually faint glimmers of the stars. This is the effect of the heavenly chess. The heavenly chess absorbed the power of the stars, and martial artists could already absorb the power of the stars. Therefore, the power of the stars in Dianan was especially abundant. When Tang Zhen entered Dianan, he realized this, especially when he went deep into the 100,000 great mountains. This feeling was especially strong. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth had become very scarce. Instead, the power of the stars was increasing. Suddenly, he realized a key point. The less spiritual energy there was, the more it would limit a cultivator's strength. Once the spiritual energy was completely gone, then once a cultivator was exhausted, he would not be able to replenish his true qi. Ji Wuxiang's plan is really too good. Once there is no spiritual energy in Dianan, then this place will become his independent kingdom. Only his warriors can cultivate to their heart's content and increase their strength, and the only threat is the cultivators. However, cultivators can't fight in Dianan for too long, then he will truly be in an invincible position. The more Tang Zheng thought about it, the more shocked he became. Ji Wuxiang could definitely fight steadily step by step, and then use Dianan as a stronghold to expand outward step by step. In the end, the entire country and even the world would become like this, and then the cultivators would no longer have a place to live. Without spiritual energy, it would be a disaster for cultivators, but ordinary people would not be affected. Warriors would become high and mighty, and they would have to submit to Ji Wuxiang. A few hundred years ago, New Era expelled the cultivators to the sky beyond heaven, allowing the warriors to become the top group. Now that the cultivators have returned, the advantages of the warriors have disappeared. I never thought that there would be another Ji Wuxiang. He was even smarter than New Era and even more capable. He actually came up with such a method. He didn't even need to expel the cultivators. He could just kill them all. Tang Zheng was previously worried about the end of the world, but now he didn't have the mood to worry about this. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if his guess was correct. However, one thing was certain: if he did not stop Ji Wuxiang, then the end of the world of cultivators would definitely come early. The Azure Dragon Palace Hall was created by New Era, and Ji Wuxiang was New Era's successor. What happened hundreds of years ago was repeated in another way. I will definitely not let history repeat itself. Ji Wuxiang, I will definitely destroy your scheme. Tang Zheng silently strengthened his conviction. So. The rain of arrows had already arrived in front of him, and the mysterious hidden sword flew up. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Rays of sword light shot out, dazzling and dazzling like fireworks, instantly blocking the somersault cloud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword light spun and unexpectedly met the rain of arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions resounded through the sky, spreading throughout the 10,000 huge mountains. Immediately, the scene in the prehistoric heavenly tomb changed. The aura became more and more chaotic, and it was truly like the eye of a storm, causing people to tremble in fear. Tang Zheng stared straight at this scene, completely ignoring the endless rain of arrows, and shouted, "Somersault cloud, go!" The somersault cloud's speed increased, and it was not afraid of the rain of arrows at all. The rain of arrows was completely blocked by the sword light, and was unable to take even half a step into the lightning pool. Halt! The rain of arrows was ineffective, and the martial warriors below could no longer remain calm. They all rose into the air and flew. Although they were martial warriors, ever since they absorbed the power of the stars, everything had undergone a tremendous change. Not only had their strength increased, flying in the air was no longer exclusive to cultivators. More than 10 martial warriors blocked Tang Zheng's path forward. Tang Zheng stood in the clouds and looked at them, not even wanting to say a word. Shwa, the hidden mystic sword swung out calmly, and the sword light cut through more than 10 people. They didn't even have time to scream, and fell from the sky one after another. The rain of arrows that covered the sky seemed to have lost its support, and fell from the sky. To read a novel without mistakes, please visit Chapter 1556. With the obstacles removed, the somersault cloud flew into the prehistoric heavenly tomb like a ray of light. The pursuers soared into the air from the ground, but were left behind. The prehistoric heavenly tomb was already surrounded by a strong storm. Tang Zheng was inside, and immediately realized the problem, and couldn't help but exclaim, "There's no more heaven and earth spirit chi here." Yes, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the prehistoric heavenly tomb had already disappeared, leaving only the surging power of the stars. The power of the stars above the 9 heavens had all gathered here. The storm-like scene was completely caused by a large amount of star power. Fortunately, Hongyan and the rest didn't come. Otherwise, there would be no way to fight normally here. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Mu Hongyan's unintentional action was actually a blessing. This place is completely useless to other cultivators, but it's too useful to me. It's as if it's tailor-made for me. Ji Wuxiang never thought that I would take the risk and come to this prehistoric heavenly tomb. Humph! I want to absorb all the star power. Tang Zheng immediately activated his power, extended his hand, and the vast and mighty power of the stars entered through the pores of his fingers. In an instant, the aura of heaven and earth became more and more berserk, and the power of the stars gathered towards him from all directions. "How dare you?" Suddenly, an explosive roar came from the center of the storm. Then, a ray of light shot out from the eye of the storm. There was no sound, not even the sound of air being torn apart. It was very different from the rain of arrows that filled the sky. However, the biggest difference was in power. The power of this ray of light was many times greater than the rain of arrows. Tang Zheng had no choice but to stop. The speed of the light was too fast. In a moment of desperation, he could only hold the mysterious hidden sword horizontally in front of his chest. The sword light filled the sky, transforming into a screen of light, blocking the front of the somersault cloud. Boom! The ray of light struck the sword light. The sword light trembled intensely a few times before completely shattering, turning into specks of light that dissipated. However, Tang Zheng had already prepared his next move. With a shake of the hidden sword, he became one with the sword and flew out from the somersault cloud, slashing at the eye of the storm. As they approached the eye of the storm, they immediately saw a figure within it. This person was none other than Ji Wuxiang. He was surrounded by layers and layers of astral energy, appearing extremely mysterious and invincible. Ji Wuxiang's gaze swept over, causing the hearts of those who saw it to tremble. He immediately locked on a Tang Zheng and said in shock and anger, "Tang Zheng, you actually dared to come here and throw away your life. In that case, I will fulfill your wish." In the battle of the capital city, Ji Wuxiang had returned in defeat. It was a great regret, but it was also a great humiliation. Since Tang Zheng had rushed over, it was the perfect time for him to take his revenge. He grabbed out with his hand, and a surge of astral energy was firmly grasped in his palm. More and more Star Force gathered, and finally, it turned into a whip that was completely condensed out of Star Force. Whoosh! The long whip lashed across the sky, tearing the void and splitting the sky into two. Then, the whip fell in front of Tang Zheng. The air in front of him was immediately split into two as well. A majestic force covered the sky and earth, and it was exceptionally fierce. A soul-stirring pressure arose spontaneously, but Tang Zheng did not retreat. Instead, he became one with the hidden sword and pressed forward with an indomitable will. Poof! The hidden mystic sword landed on the whip, and the whip trembled a little, completely blocking the impact. The long whip took the opportunity to coil around the hidden sword, and a huge force seemed to want to break the hidden sword in half. One with the sword, "Humph! I will destroy both you and the sword." Ji Wuxiang's angry voice came. The hidden sword seemed to be really about to break from the pressure. If the hidden sword broke into two pieces, Tang Zheng would be seriously injured even if he did not die. However, Wang, a clear sound of the sword soared into the sky. It was like a clear sound that shook the world, sweeping away all demons and ghosts. Pa! The sword light illuminated the surroundings, and with a momentum that could cut through everything, it broke free from the long whip. The long whip broke, and at the same time, the storm seemed to be split into two by the hidden sword. The hidden sword stopped in midair, and Tang Zheng appeared. The power of the sword was not small, and the power of the whip was not weak either. In the strong confrontation, the hidden sword won and broke the long whip. However, Tang Zheng had no choice but to separate from the hidden sword and reappear. The storm was completely stopped because of the sword. Ji Wuxiang stood not far away and looked at Tang Zheng. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. "Your cultivation, how did it increase so much?" Ji Wuxiang thought that after that battle, he learned from the painful experience, and with the help of the celestial chess, his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, and had undergone a tremendous change. This was already a miracle. However, Tang Zheng's cultivation had also increased by leaps and bounds, and was not lower than his at all. In fact, it seemed that he had even surpassed him. One must know that the whip just now had borrowed the power of the celestial chess, and its power was even stronger than what he could use himself. However, Tang Zheng still broke it. Although there was a price, it was far lower than what Ji Wuxiang expected. How did you do it?" Ji Wuxiang asked in a stern voice. Tang Zheng could not see through Ji Wuxiang's cultivation. Ever since he used the power of the stars to cultivate, Tang Zheng could not see through him. Once other martial artists absorbed the power of the stars, the cultivator could not see through the cultivation of the martial artist. In this way, both sides could not see through each other's cultivation. It was like a blind man touching an elephant and could only know who was stronger and who was weaker after fighting. "Humph, you think only you can become stronger, and others can only stay where they are?" Tang Zheng asked with a cold smile. "So what if I become stronger? You are already in my celestial chess. What else can you do?" Ji Wuxiang asked disdainfully. "Have you forgotten? I also understand the celestial chess. You stole a bit of knowledge of the celestial chess from me, and you dare to show off in front of me? You are the one who should not forget that the celestial chess was created by me. It is like my child, and everything about it was given by me. If I want it to change, it will naturally change. You don't really think that I would not consider you as a factor, right? Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Haha, I am not afraid to tell you directly. The celestial chess has already changed, and is not the celestial chess you know. Moreover, I have specially prepared a gift for you. Ji Wuxiang said maliciously, the ruthlessness in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Tang Zheng's head trembled. Ji Wuxiang was really cunning and farsighted. After thinking so much, he had actually specially prepared a gift for him. This gift was naturally a trap. However, he was skilled and daring and was not afraid. Instead, he held his sword with one hand and walked on air as if he was walking on flat ground, walking step by step towards Ji Wuxiang. "I want to see what you have prepared for me," he said casually. Chapter 1557. The storm rose again, and it was even more violent than before. It covered the sky and completely enveloped Tang Zheng. Every step Tang Zheng took seemed to be extremely heavy, but even so, his pace did not slow down in the slightest. He was extremely steady. Swish! Sword light rose, and heaven and earth merged. Tang Zheng knew very well how powerful Ji Wuxiang's attack was, so he did not dare to be sloppy and directly used his most powerful move, heaven and earth merging. The power of this move when he fought against Hao Tianwang was still fresh in Tang Zheng's memory. Practice makes perfect. When his sword light rose, heaven and earth changed color. The storm in the surroundings became more violent and turbulent, layer upon layer, and the power of each layer quickly superimposed. At the same time, the sky seemed to be pulled down, and a terrifying pressure was exerted. The yin-yang fish also appeared in the sky and on the ground. They moved up and down and quickly closed together, making this pressure even more terrifying. The storm was completely enveloped by the yin-yang fish, and even Ji Wuxiang could not stay out of it. He looked up and then looked down again. His eyes were as deep as water, and he thought to himself, "This brat's strength has really reached the peak. He's actually so powerful. Heavenly chess, break!" Ji Wuxiang roared. Above the 9 heavens, in the land beyond the heavens, the stars kept flickering, and the power of the stars rapidly descended. Thousands upon thousands of them fell like a meteor shower. The heavenly chess was immediately infused with a vast amount of star power. The windstorm grew rapidly with an unstoppable momentum, blocking the yin-yang fish that were closing in. The yin-yang fish actually retreated. Tang Zheng's expression darkened. He did not expect the heavenly chess to change so much that it could actually withstand the attack of heaven and earth merging. "Ha ha! Tang Zheng, you overestimate yourself. You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with this little trick? You're asking to be humiliated." Ji Wuxiang was exultant, and he could not stop laughing. Tang Zheng did not say a word. He deeply felt the power of the stars and also found the problem. All of this was caused by the stars. Without the power of the stars, the power of the heavenly chess would be greatly reduced. "Then I'll make your star force vanish." Tang Zheng urged his power and quickly absorbed the power of the stars. The vast and mighty power of the stars seemed to have found an outlet, and all of a sudden, it converged towards him from all directions. Every pore on his body was stretched to the maximum. The power of the stars was rapidly accumulating in his body, and he didn't have time to convert it into true qi. Soon, his body reached a state of saturation. He was unable to continue absorbing the power of the stars. "Ha ha! I know you can absorb the power of the stars, so I'll let you absorb as much as you want. Continue, see if I'll be worried. Ji Wuxiang said proudly, as if he had already expected Tang Zheng to do this. Tang Zheng became very passive. He had no way to absorb the power of the stars, but the sky was still constantly replenishing the power of the stars. The storm was getting bigger and bigger, and it was spinning faster and faster. Tang Zheng was in the middle of it, and he could already feel the terrifying power of the storm. Even if I can't absorb it, don't I still have the swallowing heaven technique? The heavenly realm is another world. I'll let you absorb as much power of the stars as you have. Tang Zheng's eyes turned, and he stretched out his left hand. A black hole appeared in his palm, and it kept growing bigger. Then, it flew out of his hand and floated in the air. Immediately, all the power of the stars in the world converged towards the black hole at an incomparable speed. It was not at the speed that Tang Zheng could absorb by himself. This speed was even faster than the power of the stars falling from the sky. The consumption was greater than the replenishment, and the power of the stars was decreasing bit by bit. Ji Wuxiang's smile froze. He didn't expect the situation to change so quickly, and the slap to his face so timely. Before he could react, the balance had changed. The yin and yang fish once again closed in on each other bit by bit. The terrifying pressure acted on his body, and he felt like his waist was about to be crushed. Close. Tang Zheng looked at this scene, and his heart was set. He roared loudly, and the yin and yang fish's speed suddenly increased, and it quickly closed. Boom! The storm was squeezed into the yin and yang fish. Ji Wuxiang hurriedly retreated at the last moment and dodged this attack. It was like heaven and earth were merging, and the pressure was unimaginable. Therefore, the storm disappeared as if it had never appeared, and the yin and yang fish began to spin in the sky. However, bang! A loud explosion burst out from the yin and yang fish. The yin and yang fish completely exploded, turning into countless rays of light that scattered across the sky. Obviously, the power of the storm was too strong, and the yin and yang fish could not be suppressed. In the end, the two forces collided and exploded, and both died, vanishing into thin air. Ji Wuxiang retreated far away. His face was pale, and he did not look good. From afar, he looked at Tang Zheng proudly standing in the sky. The thousands of feelings in his heart were indescribable. Tang Zheng's mind was shaken. He had won this attack, but the consumption was huge. There was no more spiritual energy in this world. If it was anyone else, even if they had Tang Zheng's cultivation, after this battle, they would be powerless and would be doomed. However, Tang Zheng was different. He could absorb the power of the stars, so he did not have to worry about this problem. In a few breaths, he recovered and was eager to try again. In the explosion, the black hole was also affected and disappeared. However, Tang Zheng's harvest was not small. There was already a large amount of power of the stars in the heaven realm. If he relied on his own strength to absorb the power of the stars from the 9 heavens, he would definitely not be able to do this, nor would he be able to do it so quickly. On the contrary, Ji Wuxiang had helped him a lot. Ji Wuxiang was not clear about the matters of the heaven realm, but he knew that the black hole was the heaven swallowing technique. He was very fond of it. Wasn't the heaven swallowing technique useless? Back then, even the people of the demon race were not willing to cultivate it. Why was it that in Tang Zheng's hands, it could actually produce such a huge power? Of course, he was not clear about the reason. Other than Tang Zheng, no one else knew. Tang Zheng looked at Ji Wuxiang from afar. Although the heavenly chess had changed, and he could not use the rules and loopholes of the heavenly chess to counterattack and dodge, even if he faced it head-on, he could still withstand it. Ji Wuxiang, what other moves do you have? Use them all. Tang Zheng said, As he approached, Ji Wuxiang's expression kept changing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think it will be so easy to win? You think too simply." After pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath. Like a muffled thunder, he roared, "Kill him!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rose from the ground one after another. They were all warriors. They were densely packed like locusts covering the sky and covering the sun. Tang Zheng was very curious as to where Ji Wuxiang had found so many martial artists that he could not kill them all. The warriors flew between Tang Zheng and Ji Wuxiang, forming a human wall blocking Tang Zheng's path. Chapter 1558. The Four Symbols and the Azura had both turned into the height of an ordinary person. They did not look as scary as before, but their auras were completely different from the martial warriors in front of them. To read this book, please go to $$flower_sugar_small_talk_web. Tang Zheng pointed at the densely packed martial warriors and said indifferently, "I'll leave them to the two of you." "Master, don't worry. I won't let them hinder you," the Four Symbols said solemnly. The Shura did not say anything at all. He grinned, but no matter how one looked at it, his smile was sinister, causing one's hair to stand on end. Shua. When the Azura blade appeared, the Azura did not even need Tang Zheng's instructions and rushed out first. Although most of his evil aura had been purified by the Ksitigarbha scripture, he was still born of evil aura, so there was still an evil aura hidden in the depths of his heart. Now that he was released, he couldn't wait to start a massacre in all directions and fight to his heart's content. Wung. The Azura blade started to tremble, continuously glowing as if it was cheering as if it was about to drink blood. The Four Symbols was not willing to fall behind. With a leap, they pounced into the midst of the martial warriors. Ping, ping, pang. The sky was filled with weapons, but the Four Symbols acted as if they did not see them. They allowed the weapons to hit them, but all of them returned empty-handed, not even breaking their skin. The original body of the Four Symbols was a divine-level stone, which was not the slightest bit inferior to Tang Zheng's chaotic Vajra spell when it was cultivated to the extreme. So how could they be afraid of these weapons? No matter how sharp they would only suffer a loss. The Azura glanced at the Four Symbols, as if he was aware of the competition. The Azura blade in his hand danced even faster, leaving no gaps. Wherever it passed, the martial warriors would die. The Azura blade was filled with Yin Qi. Once the Yin Qi entered the body, it would cause fatal injuries. Some of these martial warriors did not seem to have died immediately, but what awaited them was an even more painful process. Although the Azura and the Four Symbols could not absorb the power of the stars to continuously replenish their power, with their strength, they could definitely hold on for a long time. The attacks of these martial warriors were not as ferocious as those of Ji Wuxiang, which could consume too much of their power. Tang Zheng no longer cared about the fierce battle and directly walked through the crowd. Seeing this, the martial warriors all rushed over, but before they could get close to Tang Zheng, they were all killed by the Four Symbols and Azura. It was as if Tang Zheng had entered an uninhabited land as he easily passed through the human wall. His eyes suddenly lit up as the space around him became spacious. However, Ji Wuxiang had already disappeared. Tang Zheng frowned. Did Ji Wuxiang escape? That was not his style. This was Ji Wuxiang's last bargaining chip. If he escaped like this, then once Tang Zheng destroyed this place, it would be very difficult for him to have a chance to make a comeback. Therefore, Ji Wuxiang would definitely fight with all his might, even at the risk of sacrificing his own life. Gradually, Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the towering Mount Buzhou in the distance. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Ji Wuxiang had escaped to Mount Buzhou No matter what, he would not allow Ji Wuxiang to escape like this. Therefore, he chased after him. Mount Buzhou did not seem to have changed much. Pure white snow covered it, and it was still as tall as before. There was no concealing array at the top of the mountain. At a glance, it seemed to be connected to the heavens. What is Ji Wuxiang's intention for escaping to this place? Tang Zheng did not think that Ji Wuxiang was escaping randomly. He definitely had a motive. No matter what the other party's motive was, he could only go up the mountain first. Stepping on the somersault cloud, he quickly rose into the sky. There seemed to be no trace of martial warriors on Mount Buzhou. In fact, there was not even a shadow of a person. Tang Zheng looked along the way. Other than white snow, there was only white snow. Ji Wuxiang, where exactly are you hiding? Tang Zheng's eyes were like those of a hawk. He did not miss a single detail. The battle in the distance was getting more and more intense. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The white snow on Mount Buzhou shook incessantly and fell with a crash. It was as though an avalanche was about to happen. Whoosh! The white snow on a cliff really fell. Then it caused the white snow below to change rapidly like a rolling snowball. Then an avalanche came. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Layers of white snow rolled rapidly. Mount Buzhou seemed to be shaking more violently. Back then, Tang Zheng mystique used to move mountains and moved Mount Buzhou a distance away to avoid the danger of Mount Buzhou collapsing. Moreover, Mount Buzhou was a sacred mountain. It had a guardian spirit. The guardian spirit had once given Tang Zheng God power to repel the dragon slayer. Therefore, when he did not see Ji Wuxiang, he tried to communicate with the guardian spirit of Mount Buzhou. It was the guardian spirit of this mountain. It knew everything on the mountain like the back of its hand. It definitely knew where Ji Wuxiang was hiding. However, there was no response at all. It was as if Mount Buzhou was a dead object. How can this be? Back then, when Mount Buzhou's foundation was damaged, the guardian spirit could communicate with me and even gave me God power. Why is it that now that Mount Buzhou is undamaged, the guardian spirit has no reaction at all? Tang Zheng was shocked. He looked around, but did not find any clues. Ji Wuxiang. It must be his doing. What did he do to Mount Buzhou to make the guardian spirit of Mount Buzhou disappear? Tang Zheng's heart gradually sank. He also became cautious. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge rock flew over from nowhere and smashed straight at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng quickly dodged. The huge rock landed on the ground at the foot of the mountain, smashing a hole the size of a football field. Hiss! He sucked in a cold breath. Where did this attack come from? He actually did not find any clues. Moreover, this attack was so strong that it shocked him greatly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 huge rocks flew over from above. They were like meteorites from outer space. As they rubbed against the air, sparks flew. The huge rocks came unexpectedly. The somersault cloud quickly dodged while Tang Zheng wielded the hidden sword. The sword light danced and split a few huge rocks. However, his palms were sweating. The huge vibration was too strong. The huge rocks came from the mountain. Could it be that Ji Wuxiang is really hiding at the peak? Tang Zheng finally saw the clues and shouted, "Somersault cloud, fly up!" Whoosh! The somersault cloud became extremely agile. It quickly dodged and gradually flew up the mountain peak. Finally, he saw his target, Ji Wuxiang. He was really standing at the peak of the mountain, looking extremely carefree. He looked at Tang Zheng with satisfaction. It was as if he was not afraid of him at all. He had also forgotten about his failure just now. Ji Wuxiang, you really are here. Now you have no way out. Let's see how you can escape." Tang Zheng said with a murderous look. Ji Wuxiang Tang. Zheng laughed loudly. "Tang Zheng, you really think you can kill me? You overestimate yourself and underestimate me." "Humph, what other skills do you have? Take them all out. I want to see what other tricks you have." Tang, Zheng said disdainfully. The heavenly chess was Ji Wuxiang's trump card. However, Tang could not guess what other tricks Ji Wuxiang could play with the heavenly chess. "You want to see my trump card? Then I'll show it to you." As soon as Ji Wuxiang's voice faded away, a rumbling sound was heard. Mount Buzhou began to tremble. The pure, white snow completely fell off, revealing the dark and hard rocks underneath. To download the latest TXT ebook, please click to read this book on mobile, to comment. Chapter 1559. The pure white snow on Mount Buzhou slid down. It was as if Mount Buzhou had taken off its outer layer, revealing its true appearance. The entire mountain was made up of pitch-black rocks of strange shapes. The rocks were either ferocious, strange, or heavy. Rumble! Mount Buzhou was still shaking. Ji Wuxiang stood at the top of the mountain, high and mighty, looking insufferably arrogant. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have realized something strange. The guardian spirit of Mount Buzhou had lost contact. Could it be related to Ji Wuxiang? The commotion of Mount Buzhou was too great. It was probably related to Ji Wuxiang. Tang Zheng, it's not just about whether you can withstand the attack of Mount Buzhou. Ji Wuxiang asked proudly. As soon as his voice fell, a deafening sound came from Mount Buzhou. Then, Mount Buzhou rose from the ground. Mount Buzhou quickly became taller. The pitch-black rocks moved and turned into a stone giant in an instant. This was a real giant standing between the heavens and the earth. His head seemed to really touch the blue dome of heaven. Ji Wuxiang stood on its head like a god, looking down on the world. Tang Zheng looked very weak in front of this giant. He was like an ant. At this moment, Tang Zheng was an ant in Ji Wuxiang's eyes, an ant that he could crush at will. Ji Wuxiang was fearless. With Mount Buzhou as his last resort, did he still need to be afraid of Tang Zheng? The answer was of course no. Tang Zheng's heart was filled with shock as he finally understood why Ji Wuxiang was so fearless. Looking at the indomitable giant, his heart couldn't calm down for a long time, and even his breathing became hurried. Mount Buzhou had fallen into Ji Wuxiang's control. This was one of the important reasons why he had deliberately set up the celestial chess in the 100,000 mountains. He had set his eyes on Mount Buzhou. Tang Zheng, what do you think of my reliance? Ji Wuxiang boasted proudly. Tang Zheng's expression darkened. The somersault cloud quickly rose to the same height as Ji Wuxiang. Ji Wuxiang, Mount Buzhou is a divine mountain. Do you think you can control it so easily? Ha! Of course I know it's a divine mountain. I've looked up countless information and found out that Mount Buzhou was a mountain peak left behind when the world was created. Its magic is unimaginable. But so what? It's still controlled by my celestial chess. Now it's become my tool. Ha ha! Ji Wuxiang laughed maniacally. He had the right to be so arrogant. The celestial chess he had created was simply too miraculous. During this time, he set up the celestial chess around Mount Buzhou. Dianan and the 100,000 mountains became a huge chessboard. In the end, the mighty power of the stars fell on Mount Buzhou. It constantly suppressed the divinity of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou's divinity was suppressed, and its guardian spirit fell silent. Mount Buzhou was completely controlled by the power of the stars and fell into Ji Wuxiang's hands. He didn't expect that his improved celestial chess was still not Tang Zheng's match. He had no choice but to use Mount Buzhou at this critical moment. He believed that if he had more time, he would be able to control Mount Buzhou better and not leave any flaws. However, things didn't go as he planned. He had no choice but to use Mount Buzhou. Dai Tangzheng! Ji Wuxiang roared. Mount Buzhou moved. The huge foot made of rocks suddenly lifted and kicked at Tangzheng. A vast and mighty power surged out. Tangzheng immediately recognized that this was the fusion of the god power of the Buzhou mountain and the power of the stars. The power was extremely terrifying. Sure enough, he felt as if he had sunk into the sea. The air around him had undergone an earth-shattering change, and his body actually showed signs of being imprisoned. You want to defeat me like this? Tangzheng raised his eyebrows. Xuanzang burst out with a bright light and wrapped him up in an instant. A giant sword gradually appeared. It crossed the sky as if it could pierce through the dome of heaven. The giant sword was too big. It was the biggest sword Tangzheng had ever used. It was hundreds of meters long and was completely covered by the sword light. The sun in the sky was covered by the sword light. The people fighting in the distance were all affected. They subconsciously blocked with their hands. The sword light was like small sharp swords. If they didn't block it, they would be doomed. Suddenly, a few screams sounded. A few cultivators fell from the sky and were crushed to pieces. They were injured by the sword light. They were thousands of meters away, but they couldn't escape. It was clear how powerful the sword light was. The air near the sword light was completely fragmented. The atmosphere was chaotic, as if a storm was about to arise. Hum! The sound of the sword rang through the sky. Then, the sword light moved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such a huge sword light naturally wouldn't disappear into thin air. Instead, it flew out at an extremely fast speed. It fell from the sky and slashed at the giant's leg. Tangzheng didn't show any mercy. In such an earth-shattering battle, showing mercy would be handing one's life to the enemy. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He activated all the unrefined power of the stars in his body and covered the hidden sword. Then, he and the sword became one and intertwined to form a giant sword that crossed the sky. Whoosh! It was cut in half. A long black strip appeared in the void. It seemed that the space door was about to be cut open by the sword. Boom! The hidden sword slashed at the giant's leg. In an instant, the giant shook violently. A terrifying force rebounded from his leg. The hidden sword rose to the sky. The giant's leg fell back to the ground. Boom! It was earth-shattering. The ground cracked inch by inch under the giant's foot. It became riddled with holes. A huge pit formed under its foot. Whoosh! However, Mount Buzhou was far more powerful than that. So, in the next second, Mount Buzhou's fist came again. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky and smashed at the hidden sword. Clang! The hidden sword shook violently and flew to the ground. It went straight into the ground, and there was a person lying on the ground, Tangzheng. Mount Buzhou's attack broke his state of being one with the hidden sword. Ji Wuxiang laughed arrogantly. Tangzheng, stand up and fight. The show has just begun. Why did you fall? Tangzheng climbed up with his hands on the ground. He didn't even look up at Ji Wuxiang. Instead, he stretched out his 5 fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain shook as if there was an earthquake. Mount Buzhou couldn't stand still. It swayed as if it was swaying in the wind. Ji Wuxiang hurriedly stabilized his mind and body as he stared at Tangzheng. The earth and rocks on the ground flew up into the air, bit by bit. In an instant, the sky and earth turned gray. The ground under Tangzheng's feet cracked. A ray of light penetrated through the crack. It was extremely sharp. The light flashed and flew into Tang Zheng's hand. Chapter 1560. The Ksitigarbha Sutra began to circulate on its own as a layer of golden light appeared on his body. The golden light gradually covered his entire body and intertwined into a golden kasaya. Ji Wuxiang was stunned. He didn't know about the Ksitigarbha Sutra, but he could clearly feel the change in Tang Zheng's aura. He seemed to have become stronger. Tang Zheng silently chanted the Ksitigarbha Sutra, and Sanskrit chants descended from the sky. These Sanskrit chants didn't come from Tang Zheng's mouth, but reverberated in the natural world. It was as if heaven and earth had some kind of mysterious resonance with Tang Zheng, resulting in this change. What is this? Ji Wuxiang's expression turned cold as he asked loudly. Tang Zheng rarely used the Ksitigarbha Sutra in the human world, because the Ksitigarbha Sutra was more used to intimidate and convert ghosts. However, there was no doubt that the Ksitigarbha Sutra also had a very strong offensive ability. Otherwise, how could the Dizang of Goguryeo rely on the Ksitigarbha Sutra to rule the ghost world? A lotus flower appeared with every step, and this lotus flower didn't disappear. Wherever Tang Zheng passed, the lotus flowers connected, forming a staircase that extended all the way to midair. The Ksitigarbha Sutra. Tang Zheng said lightly, "What the hell is that?" Ji Wuxiang didn't know much about the ghost world, so naturally he didn't know the power of the Ksitigarbha Sutra. Humph, I don't care what sutra you are. Under the divine power of Mount Buzhou, everything is in vain. Only ashes can be scattered. Ji Wuxiang coldly snorted. Mount Buzhou once again raised its giant foot and stepped towards Tang Zheng, who was in midair. Hua! With a flash of golden light, the golden kasaya on Tang Zheng's body flew out, growing bigger and bigger until it covered the sky, flying towards the giant foot. The giant foot seemed to be stepping on clouds as it ruthlessly stepped on the kasaya. However, the kasaya didn't break. It only trembled a few times before it stabilized in midair. Tang Zheng's every step was like a lotus flower as he soared into the sky. With the sword in his hand, he looked like a handsome tree in the wind. He pinched a sword sign, and the sword of hidden darkness once again flew out, directly slashing towards Ji Wuxiang, who was on top of the giant's head. Ji Wuxiang's expression suddenly changed as he cried out in surprise. The golden kasaya had actually blocked the attack of Mount Buzhou, allowing Tang Zheng to have the energy to attack him. "Sword, come!" Ji Wuxiang roared as a ray of light descended from the 9 heavens. This was the power of countless stars converging together to form a sword. But this sword was like a real thing held in Ji Wuxiang's hand, and then chopped down from the sky, coincidentally colliding with the rapidly approaching Xuanzang's sword. Clang! The 2 swords clashed, and only this sound was left in the world. Many people who were slightly weaker were directly knocked unconscious and fell down. Tang Zheng's mind shook, but he immediately calmed down. Without a doubt, Ji Wuxiang's use of the power of the stars had reached the peak, surpassing Tang Zheng's. Tang Zheng knew that he couldn't do this, but he had the sword of hidden darkness, which was not inferior to Ji Wuxiang's sword in the slightest. Clang! Ding dang! The 2 swords went back and forth in midair, fighting happily. Their auras fluctuated, and the wind and clouds changed color. Unknowingly, a black cloud had gathered in the sky, and the world darkened. Crack! A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and a heavy downpour poured down. The rain kept hitting Mount Buzhou, but it couldn't get close to Ji Wuxiang and Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng had already flown to the peak of Mount Buzhou, but the divine power of Mount Buzhou kept him at the door. He couldn't step on the peak, and could only hover in midair. A huge golden lotus spun incessantly beneath his feet, lifting him up. "Ha ha! Tang Zheng, what can you do to me? Eat my sword." Seeing that Tang Zheng was already in front of him, Ji Wuxiang laughed wildly, and the sword in his hand flew out, slashing straight at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng waved his hand, and the sword of hidden darkness flew back to his hand, and then he slashed down with all his might. This time, the sword of hidden darkness was connected to Tang Zheng, and its power was obviously stronger. When it landed on the sword of light was immediately shattered into pieces and disappeared without a trace. Tang Zheng took advantage of the victory and prepared to climb to the peak of Mount Buzhou to give Ji Wuxiang a fatal blow. However, Ji Wuxiang's fingers moved, and with a single point of his finger, the wind and clouds changed, and the rain on the mountain peak stopped. The air also froze, and everything became strange. In the next second, a surge of divine power shot out. Bang! Tang Zheng blocked with his sword, but he couldn't completely block the divine power, and flew down like a kite with a broken string. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden Kasaya was affected by Tang Zheng and couldn't withstand it. It was ruthlessly stomped into the ground by Mount Buzhou's huge foot and exploded into pieces. Ha ha ha! Ji Wuxiang's wild laughter echoed between heaven and earth, and the rain continued to fall. Tang Zheng landed on the ground, his entire body drenched by the rain. He allowed the rain to splash on his face, and the surging power in his body made it impossible for him to immediately suppress it. He only felt that even breathing was a burning pain. Mount Buzhou's divine power is indeed extraordinary. He had once received the blessing of divine power and could actually force the dragon slayer to retreat, so he had a deep understanding of the power of divine power. At this moment, the divine power fell into Ji Wuxiang's hands, and he really couldn't kill Ji Wuxiang. But he had no way out, and if he didn't take this opportunity to kill Ji Wuxiang, then when he counterattacked, he would be even stronger. And how could he deal with it? I'll deal with him. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded, and a cloud of black gas flew over from afar, eerie and terrifying. When it arrived in front of Mount Buzhou, the black gas transformed into Azura. Roar! Azura roared into the sky, and the billowing energy spread in all directions. The ground under his feet was immediately infiltrated by the energy and turned pitch black. The energy wreaked havoc, and wherever it passed, the grass withered, and not a single blade of grass grew. Azura's body also expanded, and in a short while, he grew to the height of Mount Buzhou, holding the Azura saber in his hand, looking ferocious and terrifying. Seeing how powerful Ji Wuxiang was, the warriors left the four symbols to deal with, and Azura completely broke out of his ferocious nature and came to help Tang Zheng. Azura, be careful! Tang Zheng warned loudly. Azura didn't say a word and raised the Azura saber to attack. Clang! The Azura saber fell on Mount Buzhou, but there were no sparks. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there wasn't much effect. Azura was stunned, as if he didn't expect that his Azura saber couldn't hurt Mount Buzhou. Seeing this, Ji Wuxiang laughed complacently. Mount Buzhou is a divine mountain protected by divine power. It's not something you can hurt as you wish, wishful thinking. Azura coldly snorted, and his eyes locked onto Ji Wuxiang. He flew up, and this time, the Azura saber slashed directly at Ji Wuxiang. Clang! The divine power rebounded, and the Azura saber flew out of Azura's hand. This was a rare occurrence, and the Azura saber and Azura were one, but it still flew out. Tang Zheng, I'll deal with your follower first. Ji Wuxiang roared, and Mount Buzhou attacked Azura with both hands and feet. Azura gave up on the Azura saber, and with his tall body, he tangled with Mount Buzhou. Chapter 1561. The battle between Azura and Mount Buzhou was earth-shattering. Mortals couldn't get close to it. With a stomp, the ground cracked. Bottomless fissures spread across the ground. With a punch, the rainwater seemed to be pulled apart by a string. The rainwater in the sky couldn't fall. The pits and ditches on the ground were filled with rainwater, turning into lakes and rivers. The mountains and rivers changed. The landscape changed drastically. Tang Zheng and Ji Wuxiang watched the battle with surging emotions. Even the martial artists in the distance who saw this scene were so frightened that they lost their minds and fell from the sky. The four divisions, on the other hand, were unaffected. Their fists landed on the bodies of the martial artists, killing them instantly. Finally, the warriors were either dead or injured. There was no one left in the sky. The four symbols hurriedly rushed towards Mount Buzhou. With every step he took, his body grew taller and taller. As he grew taller, the soil on the ground converged towards him. When he walked to the front of Mount Buzhou, he also turned into an indomitable giant. Ji Wuxiang's pupils shrank when he saw this. He was shocked that Tang Zheng had two such powerful helpers. Originally, he was full of confidence, but now his face became gloomy. Mount Buzhou killed him. Boom! Mount Buzhou's attack became even more ferocious. His fist penetrated Azura's chest. However, Azura sneered. "You want to kill me just like that?" Boom! Azura's fist also landed on Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou shook rapidly. Ji Wuxiang almost lost his footing. Azura was formed by Yin Qi and could change at will. If this attack didn't hurt his foundation. However, the serious look in Tang Zheng's eyes became more and more intense. Because he saw Azura's condition. The world was completely covered by the power of the stars. There was no Yin Qi or spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. After a tough battle, Azura was exhausted and couldn't continue. As expected, Mount Buzhou only shook a few times. The storm-like fists passed through layers of rain and landed on Azura. Boom! The Azura couldn't resist and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Streams of Yin energy splashed out as his body rapidly shrank. "Does that mean I can kill you now?" Ji Wuxiang said fiercely. Whoosh! One of Mount Buzhou's legs left the ground and landed heavily on the Azura. Boom! With a loud noise, the four elephants rushed over and struck Mount Buzhou's waist with a punch. Mount Buzhou quickly moved backward and slid out a long ditch on the ground. The rain became heavier and filled up the ditch in an instant, turning it into a river. Another one who doesn't fear death. "I'll deal with you first," Ji Wuxiang said fiercely. Mount Buzhou ran up, and with a boom, the earth trembled. In the blink of an eye, Mount Buzhou's enormous body rushed in front of the four symbols. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch landed on flesh, and the sound of impact was like thunder. As the two sides fought, the raindrops flew in all directions. When they landed on the ground, they were like cannonballs creating craters. The place had turned into a mess. "Azura, come back!" Tang Zheng saw that the Azura's Yin Qi was already dissipating, and immediately stopped him from rushing forward. "I can still fight." The Azura said stubbornly, "No, come back." Tang Zheng ordered. With a thought, the Azura returned to Sumeru world. Tang Zheng soared into the sky, once again raising his hidden profound sword. He fought side by side with the four symbols, attacking Mount Buzhou together. The sky darkened. This battle lasted from day to night. When the sky brightened again, it lasted from night to day. There seemed to be no end to it. The rain in the sky continued to fall. The prehistoric heavenly tomb had already been completely destroyed. In fact, the range of their battle had already expanded to other regions of the 10,000 huge mountains. Countless mountain peaks were broken in half. Countless rivers changed their course as a result. Countless large trees disappeared. The few of them did not seem to be tired at all. Ji Wuxiang and Tang Zheng could absorb the power of the stars to replenish their strength. Mount Buzhou and the four symbols did not need to absorb the power of the stars. When their feet landed on the ground, all the power in the earth vein would gather towards them. The rocks and soil outside the four symbols' body were constantly flying under the fists. Not long after, they dissipated, revealing his body. But very quickly, other rocks and soil continued to gather, replenishing his consumption. As for his main body, even in such an intense battle, he was not injured. Similarly, Mount Buzhou's main body was not injured either. Those black rocks possessed divine power and could not be harmed at all. Tang Zheng gradually saw through the clues. Mount Buzhou and the four symbols were all pitch black, and their composition seemed to be very similar. They were all rocks that possessed some kind of divine power. Ji Wuxiang also noticed this, and his gaze aggressively lingered on the four symbols. The four symbols were created from a piece of rock left over from the creation of this world. Could it be that they had some kind of connection or origin with Mount Buzhou? Tang Zheng thought of this point, but Ji Wuxiang did not know the details. He was so anxious that he almost stomped his feet when he saw that Mount Buzhou, whom he had placed his hopes on, could not destroy the four symbols. Mount Buzhou, you possess divine power. How can you only have this little ability? Ji Wuxiang said fiercely. Tang Zheng's eyes gradually lit up. Four symbols. Aren't you one with the Tianxia mountain range? Merge with Mount Buzhou and awaken its guardian spirit. Understood. The four symbols seemed to have been stripped of his bones. Seeing Mount Buzhou's fist coming at him, he simply gave up on resisting. The moment the fist struck his chest, he wrapped his hands around Mount Buzhou's fist. A mysterious power surged out, and the air seemed to have stopped. Mount Buzhou and the four symbols were both fixed in place, their bodies releasing a black light at the same time. Ji Wuxiang saw this abnormal scene and immediately realized that the situation was bad. He shouted, "Mount Buzhou, destroy him for me!" Mount Buzhou turned a deaf ear to him. The black light on his body became more and more intense, rushing into the sky. This part of the sky seemed to have turned black. Even the rain could not penetrate this layer of black light. Bang! For some reason, Ji Wuxiang actually flew out from the top of Mount Buzhou's head. How can this be? Ji Wuxiang couldn't help but cry out in alarm in midair. Tang Zheng's eyes trembled when he saw this scene. He realized that Ji Wuxiang had been sent flying by Mount Buzhou's divine power. Mount Buzhou's divine power was actually fighting against Ji Wuxiang. What did this mean? The four symbols had taken effect. Tang Zheng slapped his head. He had only just realized this after fighting for so long. He really couldn't see Mount Tai. He impatiently asked, "Four symbols, how is it?" The four symbols didn't answer him. His body was shrinking, and the mountain rocks and soil that had been sucked over fell off one by one, revealing his true body. Mount Buzhou's fist seemed to have become one with his body. That fist was actually melting bit by bit. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 1562. Mount Buzhou's fist had already disappeared, becoming one with the four symbols. Tang Zheng and Ji Wuxiang both looked at this strange scene, not daring to act blindly without thinking. Although Ji Wuxiang realized that the situation was not good, he was not in a hurry to leave. Mount Buzhou was his last support. If he left, then he would not have the chance to turn things around. Therefore, no matter what, he had to make a final struggle. The black light became more and more intense. In the end, the figures of the four symbols and Mount Buzhou could no longer be seen clearly, only a ball of pitch black light. This black light traversed heaven and earth, causing people's hearts to tremble. Tang Zheng did not want to continue watching like this, no matter what the final result was. He had to deal with Ji Wuxiang first. When Ji Wuxiang saw Tang Zheng flying over, he quickly retreated. He already knew that he had no support. He was no match for Tang Zheng, so he naturally did not dare to face him head-on. However, how could Tang Zheng let him do as he wished? Sword light flashed, blocking his path. Ji Wuxiang, where do you think you're going? Ji Wuxiang concealed his panicked expression, saying, "Who wants to escape? Humph, is your little four symbols a match for Mount Buzhou? Laughable. Whether or not they are a match, won't we know the answer in a while? Let's take this opportunity to settle our accounts." Tang Zheng said with a cold smile, "I have the celestial chess in my hands. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Ji Wuxiang shouted loudly. He could not bear to lose momentum. His large hand reached into the sky. With a whoosh, a light sword once again descended from the sky. The light sword, condensed from the power of the stars, once again appeared in the palm of his hand. He stared at Tang Zheng with bright eyes, saying, "Then I'll let you have a taste of the power of the celestial chess." Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, streaks of sword light spread out in all directions like streaks of lightning. With Ji Wuxiang as the center, they danced in an irregular pattern. This part of the world was completely cut into countless pieces by the sword light. Not only the earth, but even the air was no longer whole. As for the clouds in the sky, they were scattered. The rain stopped abruptly and completely disappeared. Tang Zheng let out a long breath of turbid air, raised the hidden mysterious sword, and roared. Heaven and earth merged. A beam of sword light flew towards the 9 heavens, while another beam of sword light landed on the earth. They transformed into yin and yang fishes before merging from the heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. Everywhere the yin-yang fish passed, it collided with the countless strands of sword light, creating intense sparks. The sparks were incomparably dazzling, covering the sky as if there were countless resplendent suns in the sky. Time ticked by. Boom. A beam of light, with the 2 people as the center, quickly spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the mountains were destroyed. The grass and trees turned to ash. Everything was razed to the ground. The world suddenly quieted down, as if it was dead silent. There was not the slightest sound. The light did not disappear for a long time. Suddenly, bang! A sound broke the silence. The light was like a pebble falling into the surface of a lake. It rippled and then shattered. Everything became clear again. A flat plain appeared in front of them. There was not a single rise or fall of mountains. The yellow soil had already been turned up from the ground. What entered their eyes was a barren land. A person was lying on the ground, mud splashed all over his body. He looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with disbelief and despair. He saw a figure lightly floating down from the sky, slowly growing bigger in his eyes. "Tang Zheng," Ji Wuxiang shouted with difficulty. This voice was squeezed out from the depths of his throat, revealing countless complex emotions. "How can I lose to you?" Tang Zheng landed in front of Ji Wuxiang, looking at him calmly, and said, "Why can't you lose to me?" "But I already have the celestial chess. The celestial chess is very powerful, but is my strength that weak? Previously, you were only relying on Mount Buzhou to resist me. Without Mount Buzhou, you have no final support. You will naturally lose." Tang Zheng said calmly. His analysis was very thorough. Mount Buzhou. Ji Wuxiang looked around and saw Mount Buzhou. The light of Mount Buzhou had also completely dissipated. It was unknown when, but it had actually separated from the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols stood in front of Mount Buzhou. They seemed very small, but there was an additional aura on their bodies. This aura was exactly the same as Mount Buzhou. Ji Wuxiang stared straight at Mount Buzhou, his eyes burning with hope as he said, Mount Buzhou, Mount Buzhou. Obviously, he wanted to use Mount Buzhou to rise again. Ji Wuxiang could no longer stand up. He slowly climbed towards Mount Buzhou, the hope in his eyes burning brighter and brighter. Boom! Mount Buzhou moved its legs a bit. Ji Wuxiang wanted nothing more than to climb up. He stretched out his arms as if he wanted to touch Mount Buzhou. However, Mount Buzhou stopped. Mount Buzhou, why aren't you coming? Ji Wuxiang could no longer crawl and asked with difficulty. Tang Zheng looked at the four symbols and Mount Buzhou thoughtfully and said, Ji Wuxiang, Mount Buzhou naturally won't go to you. He is no longer under your control. Is that right, guardian spirit? Yes, he actually wants to control Mount Buzhou. What wishful thinking. A voice sounded. It was Mount Buzhou's guardian spirit. Ah, who is speaking? Ji Wuxiang looked at Mount Buzhou in shock. Although he controlled Mount Buzhou, he didn't communicate with the guardian spirit. Naturally, he didn't hear his voice. I am Mount Buzhou's guardian spirit. You used the power of the stars to suppress me and control Mount Buzhou. You still dare to ask who I am? The guardian spirit angrily asked. Guardian spirit. Ji Wuxiang muttered in a daze. Mount Buzhou actually has a guardian spirit. Of course, Mount Buzhou is a divine mountain. Naturally, it has a guardian spirit. So what if it's a guardian spirit? It was still suppressed by the power of the stars. Ji Wuxiang said with a sinister expression. The guardian spirit said with shame, Yes, I have to admit that the power of the stars is very strong. However, you never thought that there would be someone in this world who could help me escape from your suppression. You never thought that the four symbols and I were born from the same root. Born from the same root, Ji Wuxiang repeated in disbelief. Yes, we are both divine stones left behind when the world was created. I turned into Mount Buzhou, and the four symbols were turned into statues. However, our origins are the same. The guardian spirit said. These words caused Ji Wuxiang to turn pale with fright. His entire body began to tremble. He had calculated everything, but he never considered this point. The four symbols, this one variable, had ruined his meticulous plan. Previously, Tang Zheng had already guessed a bit, but now that he heard the complete explanation, he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. The four symbols and Mount Buzhou were actually formed from divine stones left behind when the world was created. Moreover, they each had their own divinity and function. The four symbols walked step by step in front of Ji Wuxiang and said condescendingly, Ji Wuxiang, you schemed and schemed, but in the end, you failed. This is your fate. However, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that there were others like me. Moreover, we met several times, but we never had the chance to recognize each other. Pooh. Chapter 1563. The four symbols' words and Buzhou Mountain's reaction completely extinguished Ji Wuxiang's last strand of hope, which was why his life was gradually fading away. Seeing this, Tang Zheng already understood that Ji Wuxiang was completely finished. Ji Wuxiang's gaze was still firmly locked onto Tang Zheng, unwillingness mixed with resentment as he said, Tang Zheng, I really didn't think that I would lose to you, and lose so thoroughly. Tang Zheng looked at him indifferently and said, There are many things that you didn't think of. Your glory has already passed. Ji Wuxiang's mouth cracked open. His eyes turned as if he was sizing up his surroundings and said, But you didn't think that the battle just now would have completely changed the 10,000 mountains. There is no more heaven and earth spirit chi here. Only the power of the stars is left. From now on, the 10,000 mountains will be a forbidden area for cultivators. Ha! A forbidden area for cultivators. Tang Zheng's head trembled. Only now did he notice this point. Ji Wuxiang was not exaggerating. That battle just now was truly too earth-shattering. The heavenly chest drew in too much power of the stars above the 9 heavens. It was not something that a single person could digest. With so much power of the stars, it had already completely changed the 10,000 mountain structure. Even if Tang Zheng used the swallowing the heavens technique to absorb the power of the stars, he might not be able to absorb all of it in a short period of time. Ji Wuxiang, I can't help but admit that you are a genius, but you used your intelligence in the wrong place. Why do you insist on seeing cultivators as your enemy? Can't you coexist peacefully? Of course we can't coexist peacefully. Ji Wuxiang's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. It has already been decided hundreds of years ago, cultivators and martial artists must become enemies. This is unreasonable. This is also the Azure Dragon Hall's principle. Tang Zheng shook his head. I will prove you wrong. Ha ha, let me tell you, that day will never come. The heavenly chess has already merged with this land. It will continuously draw in the power of the stars. This land will become a paradise for martial artists. Regarding the method for martial artists to absorb the power of stars, I have already made it public. The power of the stars is a higher level of existence than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There will be a day when martial artists will completely surpass martial artists, and martial artists will be suppressed and eliminated, completely disappearing from the world. Tang Zheng's heart trembled as he resolutely said, I won't let this happen. But you can't stop it. You can't stop heavenly chess. Really? Although you have changed the celestial chess, I will figure it out. If I die, the secret of the heavenly chess will be brought to my grave by me. How can you change the heavenly chess? Ji Wuxiang said proudly, not taking his own death seriously. You want to take the secret of heavenly chess to your grave? Do you think it's that easy? Tang Zheng's expression turned vicious. He reached out his hand, and Ji Wuxiang was sucked into Tang Zheng's hand. What are you doing? Ji Wuxiang suddenly had a bad premonition and turned pale with fright. Tang Zheng sneered and said, Of course it's to dig out the secret of the heavenly chess. No, you can't do that. Ji Wuxiang immediately realized Tang Zheng's method. Soul-searching technique. Ji Wuxiang knew about this ability of the demon race, and it was used by Tang Zheng to the point of perfection. Just now, he only cared about venting the emotions in his heart and didn't think that ending his own life would be the most effective way to preserve the secret. However, he couldn't even end his own life now, because he had already fallen into Tang Zheng's hands. Tang Zheng's eyes exploded with a soul-stirring gaze as he shouted, Soul-searching technique. The large hand had already covered Ji Wuxiang's head. Ji Wuxiang tried to struggle, but he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he have the chance to struggle? His expression suddenly froze, as if he had been petrified. Then, in the next second, his face revealed a painful expression, and he began to twitch nonstop. Tang Zheng did not hold back. In any case, Ji Wuxiang would not be able to survive. Therefore, he crazily activated his power and used the sky-swallowing technique. This power was extremely terrifying. There were no aftereffects at all. Instead, it directly took Ji Wuxiang's life. The life force in Ji Wuxiang's eyes dissipated bit by bit. His face quickly turned pale, and his pupils dilated. Finally, he stopped twitching and completely calmed down. At this moment, Ji Wuxiang had finished his life. It was brilliant, dazzling, and crazy. Tang Zheng released his hand, and the corpse fell limply to the ground. Tang Zheng's gaze became very complicated. He knew all of Ji Wuxiang's secrets, knew the history of the Azure Dragon Hall, and even knew the schemes of the Azure Dragon Hall's High Lords starting from New Era. Of course, He also knew all of the secrets of the heavenly chess. From now on, his attainments in the heavenly chess would reach the peak of perfection and even surpass Ji Wuxiang. Because he was a cultivator, his horizons were naturally different from Ji Wuxiang's. Therefore, he had fused his and Ji Wuxiang's understanding of the heavenly chess. Of course, he would have different gains. At the same time, Tang Zheng could not help but be convinced by Ji Wuxiang's intelligence and wisdom. This was truly an unprecedented genius. It was truly a huge tragedy for him to reach this step. Ji Wuxiang, you can rest in peace. Although you died in my hands, I will bring the celestial chess to greater heights and let it truly benefit the world. Not only will it benefit cultivators, but it will also benefit cultivators. This can be considered your final contribution to the people of the world. In the future, people will remember you not because of your sins, but because you created the heavenly chess. If Ji Wuxiang heard these words, who knew how he would feel? Tang Zheng raised his head and looked around. The dense power of the stars enveloped the 100,000 mountains. Moreover, the heavenly chess was still endlessly absorbing the power of the stars from the 9 heavens. Even if it was Tang Zheng who had comprehended the true essence of the heavenly chess, he could not stop all of this. This was a trap that Ji Wuxiang had laid down by exhausting his own life. From now on, this will be the paradise of all martial artists in the world. However, these martial artists will not see cultivators as their mortal enemies. I will change their views. Tang Zheng thought silently. It was not easy to do this, because although Ji Wuxiang had died, he had left behind many people who were loyal to him and believed in his ideals. To change the views of these people was easier said than done. Ding Dang, Wu, and Li Xiaotian will play an important role in this operation. Tang Zheng had an idea. He was a cultivator, so he would be ostracized by many martial artists. They would even see him as their mortal enemy. But these people were different. They were originally martial artists with unlimited potential. Tang Zheng believed that they were up to the task. In fact, he had already seen through the open strife and the veiled struggle between these women. There were strong and weak among them, but he had no way to change this situation for the time being. But from now on, it would be different. These 3 people would share a lot of his burden. He believed that they would definitely enjoy it and do great things. Chapter 1564. The Creation of Heaven and Earth. Tang Zheng's thoughts were immediately pulled back as he looked at the 4 symbols in surprise. The 4 symbols nodded heavily. Yes, I didn't know the answer to the question you asked me before, but now I can answer you. Why? Tang Zheng looked deeply at the 4 symbols and Mount Buzhou as he asked thoughtfully. Master, I'm sure you've already guessed a thing or two. Indeed, this is related to Mount Buzhou. As I said just now, he and I were originally born from the same root, and we are both divine stones left behind when heaven and earth were created. Originally, we didn't know what happened when heaven and earth were created, but after we merged with each other, some vague memory fragments appeared. The 4 symbols said, "Is this true?" Tang Zheng was shocked. The 4 symbols nodded heavily as he looked at Tang Zheng with shining eyes. Then tell me quickly what happened when heaven and earth were created. Tang Zheng urged. This involved the origin of the world and might give him a lot of new inspiration. At first, this world was just a piece of chaos. Suddenly, a ray of light streaked across, and this piece of chaos exploded. The clear air rose and turned into the sky while the turbid air fell and turned into the earth. This was how this world was formed. However, this didn't last for long. The earth and sky kept moving closer to each other, as if there were signs of returning to the original state of chaos. The 4 symbols explained tirelessly. a ray of light suddenly rose from Mount Buzhou. These lights and shadows changed, and actually gave birth to the scene described by the four symbols. Tang Zheng immediately looked at this changing scene dumbfoundedly, as if he was watching a movie. He couldn't help but hold his breath. He hadn't felt this kind of emotion in a long time. Shock from the bottom of his heart. That ray of light split the chaos, and the scene of the explosion made his heart tremble. Then he saw the formation of heaven and earth. He didn't even blink for fear of missing a detail. Looking at the sky and earth slowly moving closer to each other, Tang Zheng's heart couldn't help but tighten. Could it be that the newly formed heaven and earth were really going to turn into chaos again? Wouldn't that be a waste of all their previous efforts? The four symbols also looked at the scene in the sky. Although he already knew what had happened, he was still deeply shocked when he saw this scene again. Heaven and earth were getting closer and closer to each other. Coincidentally, at this time, a divine stone flew in from the outer space and blocked the space between heaven and earth. This divine stone contained boundless divine power. Heaven and earth could no longer approach each other, and this state was forever maintained. With the passage of time, the heavens and earth gradually stabilized, and this world was truly formed. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that the heaven and earth were actually formed in this way. The divine stone was obviously taller than Mount Buzhou, supporting the heaven and earth. Now, although Mount Buzhou was very tall, it had not truly reached the state of being able to support the heavens and earth. After experiencing countless years, the Godstone seemed to have reached its limit. When the heavens and earth truly stabilized, its mission was completed, and it exploded. Boom! The divine sense in the soundless image exploded, turning into a mass of pitch-black light that blotted out the sky and the sun. It was as if the world had turned into night. Although it was silent, Tang Zheng in the audience heard a loud sound that he had never heard before. It was as if his heart had exploded. After the light dissipated, there was one more mountain in this world, Mount Buzhou. The four symbols made the final conclusion. The illusion also froze at this moment. A towering mountain that reached the clouds appeared between heaven and earth, and it was exactly the same as Mount Buzhou. So Mount Buzhou was actually formed after the Godstone exploded. That four symbols, are you also a part of the Godstone after it exploded? Tang Zheng finally understood the whole story. The four symbols nodded. Master, you're right. That's exactly the case. Tang Zheng stared at the last scene, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. His gaze moved back and forth between Mount Buzhou and the four symbols. He pondered for a long time before finally asking, after that explosion, only the two of you were left of the divine stone that supported the heavens and earth? The four symbols did not answer. Instead, it revealed a suspicious expression and looked at Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou shook its head slightly. The four symbols then said, "We don't know either." Tang Zheng scratched his head and thought hard. In the end, he slapped his thigh and said firmly, "Judging from the size of the Godstone and the size of the two of you, I'm afraid that after the explosion, the two of you were not the only remnants of the Godstone." The four symbols was pleasantly surprised. "So you're saying that there are others of our kind?" "I'm pretty sure that's the case." Tang Zheng answered without hesitation. "Then we must find the remaining parts." The four symbols said impatiently. Mount Buzhou also nodded hurriedly, as if it was as anxious as the four symbols. Tang Zheng looked at them curiously and asked, "Why are you so anxious?" "Because we believe that once we find the remaining parts, we'll be able to see more of the scenes from back then and resolve the doubts in our hearts." "I see. All these scenes were produced when they merged with each other. If they merged with other parts, it was possible that new scenes would appear." That was of great significance to understanding the origin of the world. Then where do we find these remnants of consciousness? Tang Zhang was at his wit's end. We don't know either. The four symbols shook its head regretfully, after muttering to itself for a long time. It said, "Master, I'm sure you want to know who was the one behind the light that split the chaos and the godstone that flew from the sky, right?" Tang Zheng's heart trembled. The four symbols had guessed his thoughts. From the moment he saw the scene in the sky, he had this question in his heart. All of this was orchestrated by someone. Then, who was the orchestrator? The creator? To the heaven realm, wasn't he the creator? The heavenly Tao. When he thought of the mysterious heavenly Tao, his heart hung in suspense. If the heavenly Tao was the creator, it was possible. But since it was the creator, why did it have to rely on the Emperor of Heaven and Yen Qingyi to realize its own will? Didn't the creator have the ability to control the world they created at will? Just like how he could control the heaven realm at will, this was just a matter of a thought. Why did the heavenly Tao have to go through so much trouble? Therefore, this point didn't make sense. There were still many unsolved mysteries. The four symbols stared at Tang Zheng and said, "Once we find the remaining godstones, we can reconstruct the scene at that time more clearly. We might be able to find out who was the mastermind behind all of this. Perhaps we'll be able to understand everything that happened later. For example, where did the heaven and earth mystic stone come from? How was the stairway to heaven formed?" The questions thrown out by the four symbols were like heavy bombs, causing a huge uproar in Tang Zheng's head. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about these questions, but these questions involved the origin of the world. That was too long ago. He didn't have the energy to think about it at all, and never thought that he would have the opportunity to know all of this one day. Chapter 1565. The curtain of the origin of the world slowly opened in front of Tang Zheng. He could not wait to know the secret, so he asked, "Where are the remaining god's stones?" The four symbols and Buzhou Mountain looked at each other and shook their heads. "We don't know either." Tang Zheng was greatly disappointed. He thought that there would at least be some clues, and it would be easy to follow the map. He did not expect that there would not even be a clue. This vast world was so big, where could he find the godstones? One had to know that they did not even know the size of the godstones. They could be anywhere in the valley, in the deep sea, or even underground. There was a limit to human strength. It was impossible to truly search every corner of the world. Therefore, this was an unrealistic wish. Then we can only rely on luck. Tang Zheng sighed. He did not want to continue forcing it. This kind of thing could not be forced. "Master, other than that, I have some other gains." The four symbols said again. Tang Zheng immediately stared at him, looking like he was all ears. The four symbols continued. "Ever since the explosion of the god's stone, I have been drifting in the world, experiencing wind and rain. One day, a tribe suddenly found me and took me back. They worshipped me day and night, treating me as a god." Tang Zheng thought for a moment before lightly nodding his head. The four symbols looked at him and said, "Master, you must have guessed that this tribe was the witch tribe." At that time, it was still a primitive society. The witch tribe had already existed since then. After many years, the witch tribe grew stronger day by day. They gradually used all kinds of stone tools to polish me. After thousands of years, they finally polished me into 4 parts, which are the 4 symbols venerables. I have been worshipped by them as their guardian god for generations. "The witch tribe created you," Tang Zheng exclaimed. This was very similar to his previous estimation. He thought that the 4 symbols venerables came from an extremely powerful expert. He did not expect that it came from such a simple witch tribe. 1,000 years? How many generations had it taken for them to complete this magnificent feat? The witch tribe's courage and perseverance were admirable. Another day, a goddess descended from the heavens and taught the witch tribe magical powers. From then on, the witch tribe walked the path of true power, defeating other tribes and growing stronger. Goddess from the heavens? Who is she? Tang Zheng immediately realized the key point. He had never heard of the goddess before. The four symbols nodded at Tang Zheng and said, "Master, this goddess is none other than the Empress of the Heavens Beyond Heaven's imperial family, Xiaobai's mother." It's her. Tang Zheng was suddenly enlightened. When the Empress passed through the space door and descended to this world, he did not expect that she would be in human form. Actually, it made sense when he thought about it. The royal family had to cultivate to a certain level before they could transform into humans. The Empress naturally had this ability. Even after passing through the spatial door, she still had this ability. However, why were there almost no legends about the goddess in the sorcerer tribe? Instead, there were more legends about the holy beasts. Xiao Bai is a holy beast, so the goddess is naturally a holy beast as well. It's just a different form. Tang Zheng thought for a while and barely found an answer. Master, the ancients worshipped the strong. The more ferocious one was, the more they would be worshipped. Therefore, when the goddess fought with the other tribes, she would transform into the form of a holy beast. This was enough to intimidate the enemy and motivate the sorcerer tribe warriors. The four symbols explained. Tang Zheng was shocked. So there was this reason. It seemed that the sorcerer tribe's legends had their reasons. The Empress often looked at people in the form of a holy beast, so the sorcerer tribe would naturally remember this form. Perhaps the sorcerer tribe also liked this form of a holy beast, so they wrote about it. Later on, the goddess died after giving birth to an egg. She was heavily injured in the heavens beyond heaven in her early years, leaving behind sequelae. She persisted until she gave birth to her offspring. Only then did she close her eyes. The four symbols said bluntly, without much emotion. However, Tang Zheng could not do this. He was extremely shocked and could not calm down for a long time. If Xiaobai knew about this, he would definitely be very excited. The next time he went to the heavens beyond heaven, he would definitely tell him about his mother's story. This was something he had the right to know. These are the memories that were stimulated after I merged with Mount Buzhou. I don't know anything else. The four symbols said. Tang Zheng nodded his head. This is already enough. It has answered many of my questions. All right, you said that the goddess taught the witch clan the primal chaos Vajra spell? Yes, it's the primal chaos Vajra spell. This ability seems to be tailor-made for the witch clan. After the witch clan cultivated the primal chaos Vajra spell, they were invincible and defeated many strong enemies. The primal chaos Vajra spell was so powerful, yet the elders and the others had yet to reach their peak state. If they wanted to recreate the witch clan's former glory, the witch clan still had a long way to go. When he returned this time, he had to find the elders of the witch clan to talk about that period of history in detail. The history of the witch clan was not as clear and concise as the four symbols' description. Master, Ji Wuxiang is already dead. Where are we going now? The four symbols asked. Back to southern Yunnan. Although Ji Wuxiang was dead, he still had many followers under him. Mu Hongyan and the others were still in southern Yunnan, so he did not know if they were lucky or not. Therefore, he should hurry back and meet up with them as soon as possible. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, his heart jumped, and he immediately stopped in his tracks, saying, "Wait a moment." Then, his thoughts sank into the heavenly book. The heavenly book actually shone brightly, and the colorful light was too much for the eyes to take in. What's going on? Tang Zheng was shocked. he did not touch the heavenly book. So why would the heavenly book have such a huge reaction? Master, what's wrong? The four symbols asked anxiously. Tang Zheng seemed to have been petrified and did not answer him. The four symbols immediately realized that he must have entered some kind of mysterious state, so they guarded in front of him, guarding against any possible danger. Tang Zheng was immersed in the heavenly book. In the past, his comprehension of the heavenly book was not too deep, and he had inherited Fushi's comprehension of the heavenly book. Of course, this could not be compared to the Emperor of Heaven. After all, he had spent his entire life studying and comprehending the heavenly book. At this moment, he was immersed in the heavenly book, and he actually felt like a fish in water. Many of the essence of the heavenly way slowly unfolded in front of him and quickly integrated into his body and mind. How could this be? He was shocked. His eyes were wide open, and he really looked like a wooden person. He could not help but be surprised. After all, the heavenly way and Yan Qingyi were closely related, and it was impossible to determine whether they were friends or enemies. At this critical juncture, he actually miraculously comprehended more profound things in the heavenly book and had a new understanding of the heavenly way. Facing all this, how could he not be surprised? What was the cause of all these changes? I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and peace. Because there are too many things going on at home, in the last few days of this month, this book will temporarily update a chapter every day. Please forgive me. After these few days, things will be settled, and the updates will resume as usual. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Chapter 1566. The mysteries of the heavenly book appeared automatically. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and suppressed his astonishment. He quickly adjusted his state of mind and comprehended the essence of the heavenly book. As time passed, the four symbols and Mount Buzhou stared at him without blinking. Swoosh! After a long while, Tang Zheng's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Then, he retreated from that mysterious realm. His expression was solemn, and he seemed to be deep in thought. A mysterious veil was slowly pulled away in front of him. So that's how it is. All of this is because I read and listened to the details of the origin of the world. It seemed to contain some kind of profound principle, and then it matched with the heavenly book. The heavenly way naturally revealed itself, and I easily comprehended the essence of it. He nodded heavily and confirmed his speculation. Didn't this mean that the heavenly book or the heavenly way had some kind of mysterious connection with the origin of the world and was successfully stimulated? Master, what's wrong? The four symbols saw that he had returned to normal and hurriedly asked. Tang Zheng spoke of his experience and conjecture. The four symbols and Mount Buzhou muttered to themselves at the same time. The guardian spirit of Mount Buzhou said, "Your conjecture is indeed reasonable. Perhaps in the future, when we see more scenes, the answer will naturally surface." Master, since you've comprehended a part of the heavenly book and comprehended the essence of the heavenly way, then compared to Yan Qingyi, who has a deeper understanding of the heavenly way, the four symbols asked curiously. He knew that Yan Qingyi had always been a problem that Tang Zheng was worried about. Yuemo revealed a bitter smile and said, "It's not as easy as you make it out to be. Yan Qingyi is the one chosen by the heavenly way. Naturally, her understanding of the heavenly way is unparalleled." That's fine. If you understand more of the heavenly way, it'll be easier to deal with Yan Qingyi in the future. The four symbols' tone changed. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, agreed with this point. He was worried about Mu Hongyan and was in a hurry to leave the 100,000 mountains. He said directly, "For symbols, we'll be leaving first. Mount Buzhou, what are your plans?" If Buzhou Shan wanted to leave, Then he would put him into Sumeru world. The 100,000 great mountains are my roots, so of course I will stay. This place gave birth to countless people. Now that it has been destroyed, it will regain its former glory in the future. Buzhou Shan said. He had no intention of leaving. Tang Zheng understood his thoughts and did not force him. He hurriedly bid farewell to Buzhou Mountain with the four symbols and rode the somersault cloud toward the city in Dianan. Tang Zheng had used the soul-searching technique on Ji Wuxiang, so he knew his troop arrangement like the back of his hand. As Tang Zheng had expected, Ji Wuxiang had indeed arranged two centers. One was the 100,000 mountains, and the other was Dianan City. The celestial chess pieces were set up in both places. They helped each other and supported the celestial chess pieces above Dianan and the 100,000 mountains. Yi Xuanji was the one in charge of the city. With Granny Li dead and Long Xianyuan crippled, only Yi Xuanji could be of use. Although there were other martial artists who joined Ji Wuxiang, no one could be compared to Yi Xuanji in terms of vision, methods, or experience. After all, Yi Xuanji was once the head of the Ye family. His ability was unquestionable. From afar, Tang Zheng noticed that the qi in the city had changed. It was not affected by the celestial chess of the 100,000 mountains, but the celestial chess set up in this place had changed. Under the celestial chess, no one can escape my detection. UMO had already become the new master of the celestial chess. After a simple experiment, he could already control the celestial chess with ease. As a result, his mind moved, and the huge Dianan was completely imprinted in his mind. Every detail was vivid and lifelike, like a vivid model. Suddenly, he frowned and said with a pale face, "Hongyan is in danger." Whoosh! The somersault cloud turned into an afterimage and swooped down from the sky, heading straight to a corner of the city. The ordinary people in Dianan were already used to seeing people flying around in the sky. Therefore, even if they saw a huge cloud flying down, they were not surprised at all. Ever since Ji Wuxiang took complete control of Dianan, it became a country within a country. Martial artists no longer avoided the ordinary people. They came and went and even flew in the sky. Humans had a strong ability to accept things. Other than the initial shock and discomfort, they gradually got used to it. On the contrary, if they did not see people flying around in the sky every day, they would find it strange. It's the thundercloud beast. The four symbols pointed at a huge creature not far away. The thundercloud beast actually fell to the ground, and its body was covered with a layer of intertwined light. The thundercloud beast kept struggling and releasing lightning, but it could not completely break free from the big net. Tang Zheng's head sank. The thundercloud beast's misfortune reflected the strength of the martial artists in Dianan City. "Thundercloud beast, I'm here to save you." The four symbols could not hold back anymore. They roared and descended from the sky. The martial artists also saw the somersault cloud. They roared and soared into the sky, using all kinds of weapons to attack the four symbols. The four symbols were fearless, as if they did not see anything. They rushed into the weapons that filled the sky. Ping, ping, pang. The four beasts were completely unharmed, but the weapons were completely destroyed. They broke into pieces, and pieces fell from the sky like a fairy scattering flowers. Boom! The four symbols' feet landed on the ground, and the earth trembled. Those with weaker cultivation were directly sent flying into the air by the huge force. Who dares to hurt the thundercloud beast? The four symbols grabbed the big net on the thundercloud beast and tore it with both hands. Even the reinforced iron bones could not withstand this force. Whoosh! The big net was torn into pieces. The thundercloud beast broke free and flapped its wings. A strong wind blew, and the martial artists swayed left and right. They could not resist at all. The thundercloud beast gradually rose into the sky, and its body rapidly grew. In a short while, it became a huge creature, blocking the sun in the sky. Everyone only felt darkness above their heads, and then it lit up again. Lightning. The thundercloud beast released lightning. A thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Just as it was about to hit the ground, the lightning changed again, turning into thousands of tiny electric snakes, covering every corner and every martial artist. Pa, pa, pa. Immediately, the sound of electric shocks rose and fell one after another, and a thick burnt smell filled the air. Some of the stronger martial artists were able to withstand the electric shock at first, but as more and more electric snakes wrapped around their bodies, no one could withstand it anymore. They fell to the ground one after another, emitting black smoke and twitching incessantly. Apart from the four symbols who were still standing unscathed, no one else was left standing. Chapter 1567. Tang Zheng stood on the somersault cloud and looked down at the messy battlefield. Not a single enemy could stand up. However, Mu Hongyan and Nana were not here. The thundercloud beast flew in front of Tang Zheng and said guiltily, "Master, this is my dereliction of duty. I did not protect the two of them well." "What exactly happened?" Tang Zheng asked in a deep voice. "We tried to destroy the celestial chess, but the enemy was too cunning. Many of them swarmed out. We destroyed a portion of the celestial chess, but the enemy was fierce, so we could only retreat. Later, Nana wanted to go back to the Long family to take a look. When we arrived at the Long family met Long Xianyuan. Both sides had a good chat, but we did not expect Long Xianyuan to leak the news. The enemies swarmed over and surrounded us. We finally broke through the encirclement, but we were separated. In the end, I was accidentally caught in the net." The thundercloud beast roughly explained the whole story in a few words, and its eyes were filled with guilt. "Master, please punish me. This is all my fault." The thundercloud beast said dejectedly. Tang Zheng patted its head and said, "Thundercloud beast, it's not your fault. I didn't think it through. I didn't expect Ji Wuxiang's power to be so strong. This Dianan is like a piece of iron. You guys took the risk, and the danger was far beyond my expectations. Master, we must save them as soon as possible." The thundercloud beast said impatiently, very concerned about the safety of the mother and daughter. "Dianan is so big. Why don't we split up and find them faster?" Tang Zheng shook his head gently. "There's no need to split up. I know where they are." In the celestial chess, everything was under Tang Zheng's control. "For symbols, let's go." For symbols stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground quickly collapsed, turning into a huge pit. Then he soared into the sky and landed on the somersault cloud. Whiz! The somersault cloud whizzed away. The thundercloud beast flapped its wings, and its huge body covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the sunlight in the sky was blocked. The people on the ground raised their heads and looked at this huge creature in shock. It was an eye-opener. The Long family's manor had long lost its former glory. The manor with green hills and clear waters had been desolate for a long time. But today, the manor was bustling again, and there was a murderous intent hidden in the dark. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the horizon. A white cloud and a huge object flew over and stopped above the manor. The thundercloud beast flapped its wings, and a gust of wind descended from the sky, wreaking havoc in the manor. The water in the clear lake was directly swept up and soared into the sky, turning into a tornado. However, this tornado was formed by the lake water, and its power was exceptionally vast, so much so that it was even terrifying. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen martial artists soared into the sky, trying to attack. Boom! The water tornadoes moved quickly, wrapping around these martial artists. They didn't even have time to scream before they were sucked into the tornadoes. Not long after, they were flung out and fell to the ground, never to get up again. "Master, are they in the manor?" The thundercloud beast asked curiously. Just now, they had already broken through the encirclement and left the manor. Could it be that they were captured again? Tang Zheng nodded. "This manor is not simple. It's very strange. I can feel their aura in the manor, but their exact location is very vague." The four symbols knew that Tang Zheng had mastered celestial chess, but even he couldn't find the exact location of the mother and daughter. Obviously, this was very strange. Tang Zheng wasn't surprised and explained the reason. Ji Wuxiang taught a part of the secrets of celestial chess to Yi Xuanji, so that he could replace Ji Wuxiang to complete a lot of work and take charge of the work in Dianan City. So, Yi Xuanji must have done something to avoid my detection. Yi Xuanji is so powerful. The four symbols was very surprised. Back then, if it wasn't for Tang Zheng's life continuing pill, Yi Xuanji would have died long ago. Among the major families, other than the Yan family, Yi Xuanji had suffered many losses along the way. Not only did the Ye family fall apart, even his descendants either died or betrayed him. However, he became the person that Ji Wuxiang relied on the most. One had to admit that he was powerful. No matter how powerful he is no longer a concern. Ji Wuxiang is dead, so he has no one to rely on. He is just a rootless duckweed. Tang Zheng didn't take it to heart at all, and said indifferently, "Master is right. Without Ji Wuxiang, the others are all shrimp soldiers and crab generals. There is no need to worry about them." The thundercloud beast agreed. "Master, you only need to watch the battle. I will go down and turn the place upside down to find them." The thundercloud beast was ready to make up for its mistakes. "I will go too." The four symbols didn't decline. "Go." Tang Zheng nodded slightly and agreed. Now that he was in control of the situation, he couldn't do everything himself. Sometimes he would let his subordinates handle it and give them space to grow. Whoosh! A gust of wind descended from the sky as the thundercloud beast dived down like a fighter jet. Before it landed, the lightning bolts had already flown out like cannonballs, landing on the ground and exploding with a loud bang, filling the sky with dust. The four symbols were simple and violent. After falling from the sky, the ground collapsed and a hole the size of a football field appeared. Martial artists rushed out from all directions and attacked the four symbols with all kinds of weapons. The four divine beasts leaped out of the crater, and a spear flew toward him. He reached out with his large hand, and the spear was caught in his hand. The terrifying forward momentum vanished, and he turned the spear around. Whoosh! The long spear flew out and pierced a martial artist's chest. The martial artist flew back and crashed into another martial artist. The long spear's momentum didn't decrease. In the blink of an eye, several martial artists were skewered by the long spear like a stick of candied haws. The way the four symbols and the thunder cloud beast appeared was unstoppable. However, the martial artists weren't afraid at all and rushed forward one after another. Tang Zheng looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know what method Ji Wuxiang had used, but he was actually able to twist the scattered cultivators into a single rope. It was truly amazing that all of them were of the same mind. In front of absolute strength, there was no qualitative change in numbers. The thundercloud beast and the four symbols were invincible. Everywhere they passed, martial artists fell. The manor was in a complete mess, riddled with holes. Boom! With a loud bang, a villa was hit by the thundercloud beast's wings and fell apart like tofu, turning into ruins. The fists of the four beasts landed on a wall, and the wall immediately cracked open. The cracks extended like a spider web, and another building collapsed with a loud bang. The Dianan Long family spent hundreds of years to build this huge paradise-like manor. It was gradually destroyed in the hands of the Thunder Cloud Beast, and the four symbols. Tang Zheng didn't stop him. Long Xianyuan didn't understand the situation and didn't care about his family. He informed the enemy that he was already an enemy. The Long family's manor was turned upside down, and all the villas were destroyed. However, there was still no sign of Mu Hongyan and Nana. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. His senses were definitely not wrong. They were in this area. Chapter 1568. Tang Zheng floated in the air, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He stretched out his hands and spread his fingers as he roared, "Let's see how you hide." Boom! With a loud bang, the soil seemed to have a life of its own as it soared into the sky. The ground seemed to have been plowed. Everything underground was overturned, and there was nowhere to hide. The four symbols and the thundercloud beast flew into the air and stopped attacking. They watched Tang Zheng make his move, their eyes shining. They had no way of finding the hiding fellows, but these fellows had no way of hiding from their master. Boom, 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 boom. The ground was completely hollowed out, and the sky and earth seemed to have switched places. The sky was full of dust, and the ground turned into a huge pit. This pit was the size of dozens of football fields. In other words, the huge manor was completely hollowed out and flew into the air, revealing the true appearance of the underground. A few pairs of eyes looked at the true appearance of the underground and immediately widened their eyes in surprise. A huge dome was quietly hiding. If all the soil had not flown into the air, it would be impossible to discover that there was another world underground. This was not as simple as digging 3 feet into the ground. It was more than 100 meters deep. Then, wouldn't the underground dome be hundreds or even thousands of meters deep? How could such a huge project be completed without anyone noticing? In the past, Tang Zheng did not notice anything when he came here. Even he did not notice anything just now. However, he believed in his intuition, so he used his great ability to turn the manor upside down. Only then did he finally notice something. Tang Zheng sneered and said, "Let's see how you hide now." He floated toward the dome, and the four symbols and the thundercloud beast followed closely behind. As for the soil in the sky, it was still floating as if it was completely supported by a mysterious force. There was no way for it to fall down. Tang Zheng landed on the dome, but it was silent and did not move. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said meaningfully, "Looks like you still want to play hide and seek. But can you still hide?" "Master, I'll force them out." The four symbols volunteered. After saying that, Shan Tui stomped down. Bang! Debris flew everywhere, and a huge hole appeared. Whoosh! A beam of cold light shot out from the cave and hit the four symbols. The four symbols was not injured, but the huge force made him stagger and fall to the ground. This power actually caused the four symbols to fall to the ground, which showed how terrifying this power was. However, even so, the four symbols were not damaged at all. Lightning! The thundercloud beast quickly rushed forward. A bolt of lightning shot out from its body and disappeared into the cave. Crackle! A series of explosions came from the dome, but still no one escaped. "Is it that satisfying to be a coward?" Tang Zheng said disdainfully as he stomped on the dome. Kacha! The cracks started from his feet and spread in all directions. Soon, they were filled with cracks. Clang! The dome shattered, but the fragments did not fall down. Instead, as if they had escaped the gravitational pull of the Earth's core, they slowly flew into the air. Everything under the dome was displayed in broad daylight. The group of people raised their heads and looked up in horror, which happened to fall into the eyes of a few people. Tang Zheng's eyes were like torches as he locked onto his target in the crowd. Hong Yan, Nana, Tang Zheng blurted out. Tang Zheng? Brother! Mu Hongyan and Nana's eyes lit up as they looked at Tang Zheng in surprise. Nana still had tears at the corner of her mouth. She wiped the corner of her eyes, pouted, and shouted with grievance, "Brother, you finally came to save us." Tang Zheng's face immediately became gloomy as he stared at the group of people with a gaze like lightning. Yi Xuanji, Long Xianyuan. The two of them stood beside Mu Hongyan and Nana. Yi Xuanji was in high spirits, as if he was 10 years younger, while Long Xianyuan was obviously much older, as if he was an old man in his 80s. After Long Xuanyuan's dantian was shattered, he no longer had any martial arts. His spirit and qi had completely declined, and he was like a walking corpse. However, the return of Mu Hongyan and Nana allowed him to regain his vitality, as if he had found his goal in life again. He was very clear about the importance of these two people to Tang Zheng, and naturally, they were also important to Ji Wuxiang. Therefore, Long Xianyuan did not hesitate to ignore the years of kinship and reported to Yi Xuanji, helping Yi Xuanji detain the two of them. Long Xuanyuan's goal was clear. He was unwilling to fail, and tried to use the method of betraying his family in exchange for Ji Wuxiang's trust. He believed that Ji Wuxiang would definitely have a way to let him be reborn. During this period of time, Ji Wuxiang's various methods could be said to be miraculous, causing a deep shock in Long Xuanyuan's heart. Therefore, he had an almost blind worship for Ji Wuxiang, believing that he was invincible or even omnipotent. However, he did not expect the situation to change so quickly. Not long after he detained Mu Hongyan and her daughter, Tang Zheng actually came knocking on his door. The Long family's 100-year-old manor was destroyed in an instant. He did not have the time to feel heartache, nor did he feel heartache. Without martial arts, what was the use of this manor? Without a successor, the Long family was destined to decline. He might as well use everything to take a gamble. Thus, he led many people to hide in the underground dome. This was a fortress that the ancestors of the Long family had spent decades building. Back then, it was to avoid a nuclear war, so one could imagine how sturdy it was. Furthermore, the materials used to build it were very special, which could isolate it from the outside world. Furthermore, it was deep underground, which increased the difficulty of exploration. It was precisely because of this reason that even though Tang Zheng controlled the celestial chess, he did not completely investigate the situation underground. Looking at Tang Zheng standing in the air, that dazzling gaze made Long Xuanyuan's heart jump to his throat. "Let them go." Tang Zheng roared. Like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, the surrounding warriors seemed to be under great pressure and retreated in all directions like a tide. Bang! Long Xuanyuan's legs went soft, and he directly knelt on the ground. He no longer had any martial arts, so how could he resist such pressure? His face was as pale as white paper, and he could not raise his head. Only Yi Xuanji was still bitterly holding on, and did not fall down for the time being. However, his legs were already trembling nonstop, and he could fall down at any time. Yi Xuanji clenched his teeth and said with difficulty, "Tang Zheng, don't be arrogant. The Lord will be back soon, and at that time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." "Ji Wuxiang? Humph, are you still counting on him? Let me tell you, he is already dead, and this celestial chess has already fallen into my hands." Tang Zheng sneered and said straightforwardly, "Impossible." Yi Xuanji's face changed greatly, and he screamed in shock, "The Lord has supreme divine abilities. How could he lose to you?" Tang Zheng shook his head. He was helpless against Yi Xuanji's stubbornness, and said, "Whether you believe it or not, you can't change this result. whether you let them go or not. It's not up to you." Pausing for a moment, Tang Zheng sternly berated, "Go to the side." With a wave of his hand, Yi Xuanji was sent flying. He did not even have the chance to resist. This was the power of the celestial chess. Under the celestial chess, every blade of grass and every tree was under Tang Zheng's control. Not to mention Yi Xuanji, even if it was an even stronger expert, Tang Zheng was not afraid at all. Chapter 1569. Yi Xuanji flew to the side, and no one could stop Tang Zheng's footsteps. He landed in front of the mother and daughter, while Long Xianyuan knelt at the side, not even having the strength to get up. "How are the two of you?" Tang Zheng hurriedly held Mu Hongyan's hand with one hand and Nana with the other, and asked with concern. Mu Hongyan did not care about her shyness, tightly held his hand, and excitedly nodded. "We are all fine, just—" She looked at Long Xianyuan on the ground, then touched her daughter's head, and said, "It's just that Nana suffered quite a bit of shock." Tang Zheng thought for a moment, and immediately understood what was going on. For his own selfish interests, Long Xianyuan actually disregarded his family. This was especially harmful to the innocent and kind Nana, and it could be seen from the tears at the corner of her eyes. His heart trembled, and he stared at Long Xianyuan with a gaze as sharp as a knife, and said, "Long Xianyuan, are you still worthy of being her grandfather?" As Tang Zheng's voice increased, Long Xianyuan seemed to be seized by a terrifying force, and slowly flew up from the ground, gasping for breath like a cow, and his face was pale. "Grandpa!" Seeing this, Nanan turned pale with fright and screamed. "Nana!" Mu Hongyan hurriedly hugged her agitated daughter. The pain in her eyes was obvious. Even now, Nana was still so concerned about Long Xianyuan. A child's heart did not have so many dark things, only the purest of kinship. However, Long Xianyuan did not value this kinship at all, so Mu Hongyan was also heartbroken and did not plead for Long Xianyuan at all. Long Xianyuan knew that he could not escape this calamity, and fiercely stared at Tang Zheng, gritted his teeth, and said, "Tang Zheng, if you want to kill me, then kill me. The Long family was destroyed by your hands, especially the mother and daughter, who were traitors of the Long family. I, Long Xianyuan, am ashamed to face my ancestors, and the Long family was destroyed just like that. Even at death's door, you still refuse to wake up. The Long family was not destroyed by them, but by you. As the patriarch of the Long family, you didn't even protect your own family and loved ones, and even betrayed them. Is there a need for such a Long family to exist?" Tang Zheng asked disdainfully. Long Xianyuan was stunned. He didn't know how to answer, but soon he shook his head and shouted stubbornly, "No, it wasn't me. It was them who destroyed the Long family. It was them." His expression was ferocious, as if he couldn't wait to kill the mother and daughter. Mu Hongyan stared blankly at him, tears flowing from her eyes. Her heart was in extreme pain as she choked out, "I didn't expect you to say that about us. Not to mention that I have worked hard in your Long family for so many years. Not only have I been bullied and suppressed, but I also have to support the Long family. Nana is your biological granddaughter. She has always treated you as her most respected relative, but you said this to her. She is still a child. How sad will she be? You are too heartless. In the past, I have never complained about the Long family, and I have never complained about you. I now realize that I was too naive." Her tears finished hanging on her cheeks. Nanan also began to cry as she tightly hugged Mu Hongyan. She sobbed and said, "Mommy, don't cry." In the future, Nanan will definitely be obedient and protect Mommy. Mu Hongyan also hugged her daughter tightly, wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, and then looked at Long Xianyuan. Long Xianyuan looked at her with a faint fear in his eyes. Suddenly, Mu Hongyan said firmly, "If you are not benevolent, then I don't need to talk about kinship with you, because you don't have this basic quality. Long Xianyuan, from today onwards, we mother and daughter have cut off all ties with the Long family. From now on, we have no relationship with the Long family." Mu Hongyan clenched her teeth to have the strength to finish speaking. After speaking, she felt her entire body relax, as if a large stone had been lifted from the bottom of her heart. These words were like a bolt of lightning that streaked across the bottom of Long Xuanyuan's heart, and he was instantly stunned. Mu Hongyan had never refuted him, and had always been resigned to it. But now she actually dared to say such things to him, and he was deeply shocked. For a moment, he couldn't react. Tang Zheng didn't say a word, and quietly watched Mu Hongyan explode. She had too many things in her heart. If she didn't explode, not only would it hurt her body and mind, it would also have a huge impact and hidden danger on her future cultivation. Of course, he couldn't just sit back and watch. He might as well let her explode in one go and solve all the problems left behind by history. Tang Zheng gently hugged her, like a peaceful harbor, giving Mu Hongyan a great sense of security. She took the opportunity to lean on Tang Zheng's chest, ignoring the gazes of others. When Long Xianyuan saw this scene, he seemed to have been greatly stimulated. He struggled fiercely and stretched out his hands to grab the mother and daughter. However, he was firmly bound by Tang Zheng's power and couldn't struggle at all. He could only scream hysterically, "If you want to leave the Long family, you have to die. No, even if you die, you can't. You were born as a member of the Long family, and you will die as a ghost of the Long family." "Mother, I'm scared." Nana saw this scene and quickly hid in Mu Hongyan's arms, trembling in fear. Tang Zheng's eyes darkened and patted Mu Hongyan's body and said, "You two leave first. I will take care of things here. Thundercloud Beast, take them away." The Thundercloud Beast shook its body and turned into a small fellow, like a pet. It drilled into Nana's arms and cried out in a fawning manner, looking extremely cute. Nana was immediately attracted by the Thundercloud Beast's charmingly naive appearance. She stopped crying and hugged the Thundercloud Beast tightly. Mu Hongyan looked at Tang Zheng gratefully, knowing that he was protecting the mother and daughter. As for Long Xuanyuan's life and death, she didn't care. She believed that Tang Zheng could handle it well. "Nana, let's go." Mu Hongyan carried her daughter and soared into the sky like a dragon. She flew up from the ruins and flew far away. Long Xianyuan watched them leave in confusion, then looked at Tang Zheng aggressively and shouted, "Why did you tell them to leave? What qualifications do you have to do that?" Tang Zheng immediately frowned. Killing by Lu, he stared at Long Xianyuan without blinking and said, "Long Xianyuan, even now you are still stubborn and do not know how to repent. If you continue to live like this, I don't know how much harm you will cause to the mother and daughter. I will never allow this to happen." "Tang Zheng, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You're so protective of Mu Hongyan. Isn't it because you covet that woman, Mu Hongyan? Don't think I don't know about the dirty things you two have done." "Enough!" Suddenly, Tang Zheng roared, "Hongyan is my woman. I won't allow you to slander her like this. Originally, I had let you go for Nana's sake, but it's obvious that you don't cherish these things. Since that's the case, then go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xianyuan felt as if he was struck by lightning. That monstrous killing intent and anger made him unable to breathe. He finally knew fear. He didn't want to die. Then, he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy, because he couldn't say a single word. A terrifying force pressed down on his neck, bit by bit, and he widened his eyes. Ka-cha! With a crisp sound, his neck broke, and he completely lost his breath. Chapter 1570. Long Xianyuan never thought that he would die like this. He still had a grand plan that he had yet to complete, but it had all turned into smoke. Yi Xuanji laid in the distance and watched this scene. His eyelids twitched, but he did not have any intense emotions. Long Xuanyuan's life and death had nothing to do with him. Although the two of them had known each other for decades, Yi Xuanji, who insisted on this belief, would naturally remain indifferent. However, Yi Xuanji was already afraid in his heart. Would he follow in Long Xuanyuan's footsteps? Tang Zheng's gaze turned and locked onto Yi Xuanji. Their eyes met, and Yi Xuanji's heart beat violently as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Tang Zheng's heart moved slightly. He had already seen through Yi Xuanji's thoughts and walked towards him step by step. Yi Xuanji hurriedly got up and retreated in a sorry state. He kept waving his hands and said in panic, "What do you want?" As he spoke, he retreated step by step. Tang Zheng pressed on. The distance between the two of them closed. In fact, Yi Xuanji was very clear that he had no way of escaping from Tang Zheng's hands. This was a deathbed struggle. However, he was unwilling. He did not want to sit still and wait for death. Seeing that Tang Zheng was right in front of him, he suddenly leaped up, the star power from all directions gathered in his hand, and he suddenly released his palm. Toppling mountains and overturning seas, the star power surged towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's expression was calm. Waiting for the star power to rush in front of him, he still did not move at all. Yi Xuanji was secretly delighted. However, in the next second, his face turned ashen. He saw that the star power that could topple mountains and overturn seas was like a broken mirror. With a clang, it shattered in midair. Suddenly, the shattered star power actually transformed into a lion in midair. It was speckled with stars, as if it was real. Roar! The lion opened its mouth and roared. A gust of strong wind gushed out from its mouth and wrapped around Yi Xuanji. He was like a cannonball, rushing into the air and fiercely falling down. Tang Zheng grabbed Yi Xuanji with his big hand. Yi Xuanji struggled, but still flew into Tang Zheng's hand. He looked at Yi Xuanji coldly and said, "Yi Xuanji, back then I didn't do anything to you out of consideration for Ding Dong's family of three, but you still refused to realize your mistake. It seems that you old fogies are all stubborn people. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to continue being merciful. Otherwise, who knows when you'll go against me again in the future." His voice became colder and colder. Yi Xuanji felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. His heart was as cold as ice, and he began to shiver. Yi Xuanji, who was not afraid of anything, finally knew fear. "You really killed the High Lord?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you?" If he were still alive, would he still be able to sit idly by and do nothing when such a big thing happened in Dianan? Yi Xuanji's heart dimmed. He knew that Tang Zheng's words made sense. He has already died in the 100,000 mountains. That is his final destination. You remnants of him still don't know how to repent. What awaits you will be the same as his. Tang Zheng said resolutely and decisively. His gaze swept across the people present. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Tang Zheng. Without a doubt, the imposing Tang Zheng was not someone they could fight against. The original confidence in their hearts was crumbling bit by bit. Ji Wuxiang's death was the last straw. They were in complete despair. Yi Xuanji was also in despair. Ji Wuxiang was his biggest support. Now that Ji Wuxiang was dead, what else could he do? But his dignity made him not want to admit defeat like this, especially since he had known Tang Zheng for so long and witnessed his rise. But in his heart, the image of Tang Zheng still remained. It seemed that he did not want to look at Tang Zheng with the eyes of the times. Naturally, he did not want Tang Zheng to suppress him. Yi Xuanji gradually raised his head and said, "Although the High Lord is dead, we still have so many people. Dianan is a paradise for martial artists. They can create a career here and fight against you cultivators." Tang Zheng shook his head regretfully. He was really stubborn. Since that was the case, then he would kill him. He closed his 5 fingers. Yi Xuanji was immediately unable to speak. Blood could not be supplied to his brain. As a result, his face became extremely pale, and his breathing gradually weakened. Suddenly, the image of Ding Dong's family of 3 jumped into his mind. The strength of his 5 fingers could not help but loosen. Yi Xuanji was given a chance to breathe. He greedily took in large mouthfuls of air, but his eyes were full of ridicule and provocation when he looked at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's eyes darkened. He understood a principle. Yi Xuanji was the same as Long Xianyuan in his bones. They were both stubborn people. Moreover, for the sake of himself or the benefit of his family, he would do anything. He would even sacrifice everything for his family. This kind of person was not only a scourge to himself. Perhaps in the future, he would also cause harm to Yi Dingdong's family of 3. Even so, he might as well let him be the bad guy. After his heart was settled, his gaze became firm. Yi Xuanji, who had just gotten a chance to breathe, was suddenly startled. He looked at Tang Zheng with a dazed expression. Someone as quick-witted as him could see some clues from Tang Zheng's eyes. "You." His mind trembled. Just as he was about to speak, before he could finish a word, Tang Zheng's 5 fingers fiercely hit the contract. "Kacha!" Yi Xuanji followed in Long Xuanyuan's footsteps. His head tilted, and he lost his life. From then on, only the Yen family was left among the several great families. The 100-year-old family had fallen here, completely eliminated in the long river of history. When the other martial artists saw this scene, they did not dare to resist. They all knelt on the ground and begged Tang Zheng for mercy. Tang Zheng did not look at them. He did not have any big plans for these martial artists, but he was not prepared to start a massacre. It was enough to get rid of evil. There was no point in killing more. "I don't care what you did in the past. From now on, let go of everything in the past. You can peacefully cultivate and live in the land of Dianan. No one will make things difficult for you or hurt you. But if there is someone who is stubborn, I don't need to say anything. You know what will happen. You hear me?" Tang Zheng's voice was not loud, but the martial artists heard it like thunder. They all nodded like they were pounding garlic and could not wait to agree. "For symbols, let's go." Tang Zheng slowly rose into the air and flew out of the crater. For symbols leaped and landed on the edge of the crater like a cannonball, splashing up dust into the air. Under the setting sun, in the distance, 2 figures, one big and one small, stood quietly with their backs to him. However, looking at these 2 figures, his heart was incomparably calm. The killing intent from before completely disappeared and turned into tenderness. He quickened his pace and walked over. When the 2 heard the footsteps, they turned around. Nana had no more tears. Like a little angel, she flew into his arms. Mu Hongyan smiled faintly and looked at Tang Zheng affectionately. Her eyes were filled with happiness and complete relief. Chapter 1571. Without Ji Wuxiang and Dianan. The leader was also gone, leaving behind a group of warriors who were in a state of panic. Is almost equal to Tang Zheng did not care about this mess, and brought the few of them on the somersault cloud, and flew back to the capital. After a few days, the few people in the capital were extremely worried and had been paying attention to the situation in Dianan. However, Dianan was an iron bucket, and there was no way for the news to spread. But vaguely, many people still understood that something earth-shattering must have happened in Dianan. Although the few of them believed in Tang Zheng's strength, they were still worried in their hearts. After all, Ji Wuxiang's strength was unquestionable. When they saw their triumphant return, the few of them finally heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts and immediately began to ask questions at the same time. When they found out about the earth-shattering event in Dianan, everyone fell into silence. After Yi Dingdang heard that Tang Zheng had died, she was silent for a while, then looked deeply at Tang Zheng and held his hand in front of everyone's eyes and said, "Tang Zheng, don't take it to heart. This is his own choice. It's not your fault." Tang Zheng did not expect her to comfort him in turn and was moved in his heart, saying, "As long as you don't blame me, it's fine. I don't have any kinship with him in the first place. As for my father, I believe that after experiencing so much, he already understands who is the one who is truly good to our family of three." Yi Xuanji was indeed not good to Yi Dingdang's family of three, and did not fulfill his responsibility. Instead, once there were benefits, he would use them, causing Yi Dingdang to be dissatisfied. Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Even if he blames me, I won't have any complaints, and I won't regret doing so." The others were even more immersed in Ji Wuxiang's actions. The heavenly chess he created actually had such great power, creating a country within a country, a world where only warriors could cultivate. Marshall and the others, who were also warriors, were filled with emotions. They had all learned how to absorb the power of the stars, and were even more clear that after obtaining the power of the stars, their cultivation would undergo earth-shattering changes. Marshall's eyes gradually lit up. She had been trying to find a way to help Tang Zheng. This way, she would also have her own position among the women. "Tang Zheng, since those warriors are dragons, now is the best time for us to reorganize them." Marshall's voice deepened and said solemnly. Tang Zheng looked at her with admiration. Her vision was very unique. It was just that he did not have the energy to do so. If they are free for a long time, then they might not. Future of affairs. After all, in an environment where the power of the stars is abundant, the growth of a martial artist cultivation is not slower than that of a cultivator's. Marshall said worriedly. Tang Zheng nodded his head in relief. Marshall was able to foresee this point, and when Marshall saw Tang Zheng's encouraging eyes, she knew that he was encouraging her to continue speaking. So she continued, "I have the confidence to recruit this group of warriors. Not only will they not become a factor of chaos, but they will also become a great help to us." Pausing for a moment, she continued to organize her words and said, "Back then, Yan Qingyi predicted that the end of the world would appear, but it hasn't appeared yet. I don't know if it's true or not, but looking at Yan Qingyi's situation, I believe that it's true. Then what will happen in the future that will cause such serious consequences? We can't predict it for the time being, but if we have enough strength, even if such a situation really happens, we have enough strength to stop it all. Martial artists can use their strength in such a situation, taking 10,000 steps back. If the people of the sky beyond heaven were to invade our world, then our world would have another force to fight back. Don't you think so?" Marshall said everything that he wanted to say in one breath, and then looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. The others were also interested by what she said, and looked at her with bright eyes. These words were indeed meaningful, and not without reason. "Marshall, your idea is very good." I raised both hands in agreement. Tang Zheng smiled and deliberately raised both of his hands. Seeing this, the others all nodded in agreement. Li Xiaotian looked at her thoughtfully, thinking that Marshall was really smart to actually grab hold of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, she did not have any other thoughts. She had the Li Palace in her hands, and the intelligence of the Li Palace was not weak either. Furthermore, the intelligence system was not something that others could casually compare to. Moreover, once the southern Yunnan became a martial artist paradise, the Li Palace would also move their headquarters into the southern Yunnan, forming a situation where one was in the light and the other was in the dark. The Li Palace would be able to hide in the dark, making all schemes and plots unable to hide. Even if Ji Wuxiang's remnants had any tricks up their sleeves, it would be difficult for them to make a difference. Only one point. The disciples of the Li Palace had not yet learned how to absorb the power of the stars, and this point had fallen into the hands of Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng glanced at the few of them, his gaze lingering on the bodies of the few martial artists, and said, "In the past, I did not really announce the method for martial artists to absorb the power of the stars to the outside world, but now that Ji Wuxiang is dead, this point is very necessary." Everyone's heart was moved. They had already more or less guessed Tang Zheng's idea. Tang Zheng continued, "So, I will announce this secret. Ji Wuxiang had always hidden this secret, trying to use this point to control the martial artists under him. But I do not need to worry about this. No matter if the martial artist is my enemy or my friend, they will all benefit from it, even if there is a provocative madman. I will not be afraid." He was full of confidence. He indeed had the ability to say such words. No one objected. On the contrary, everyone nodded slightly, directly acknowledging this point. Yi Dingdang excitedly said, "This way, the strength of the martial artists in the world will also be stronger in the future. Even if the sky beyond sky threatens this world, the martial artists can also provide a helping hand." As a martial artist, Yi Dingdang's strength had always not improved as quickly as the cultivators, especially when Fang Shishir started at the same time as her. In fact, Fang Shishir started slightly later than her. Their relationship with Tang Zheng was also the earliest. Now that Fang Shishir had the careful guidance of Tian Chanzi, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already left Yi Dingdang behind. Although Yi Dingdang did not say it in her heart, she also did not keep mentioning this issue. After all, her skills were not as good as others. How could she have the nerve to ask for humiliation? However, it was different this time. Martial artists actually had their own paradise, and the rise of martial artists was unstoppable. Naturally, her strength would rise with the tide, and her status and authority among the women would increase day by day. Then the task of spreading this news will be handed over to Li Palace. In addition, this news about the power of the stars will be announced in Dianan. So martial artists who want to know this news must go to Dianan. Tang Zheng thoughtfully made a change. Chapter 1572. The martial artists went to Dianan. Not only Li Xiaotian and Wu, but even Yi Dingdang couldn't help but go to Dianan. There was no need to worry too much about the situation in Dianan, so Tang Zheng put his thoughts on other things. However, he did not expect that the news about the martial warriors that he announced would cause such a huge reaction. He had no time to do anything else, and the Yen family had already come knocking on his door. The 3 generations of the Yen family had come together, so it was obviously very grand. After the few of them sat down, Yen Patian stammered for a long time, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Ever since the incident with Yen Qingyi, the 2 sides no longer had the same tacit understanding as before, and an invisible barrier had been created. Now, the Yen family was filled with regret. If not for this matter, the Yen family would have definitely benefited a lot from it, and would not have been as awkward as it was now. The Yen family was one of the only remaining large families. Although Tang Zheng did not target them, when the news of southern Yunnan becoming a martial artist paradise was announced, the impact on the Yen family was not small. The Yen family were all warriors, and this was also the key to ensuring that the Yen family would not fall. However, After the other martial warriors went to southern Yunnan, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds, and the Yen family's advantage over the other martial warriors would disappear. In time, the decline of the Yen family was inevitable. This was because after these martial warriors became stronger, they would also establish their own family and would inevitably compete with the Yen family. Then, the Yen family would be slowly defeated, and it would not be long before the sun set in the west. The entire Yen family felt a strong sense of crisis, so they could not sit still. A few people came together to visit Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's thoughts were sharp, looking at Yen Potion's stammering appearance, as well as Yen Qishan and Yen Luyun's extremely unnatural state. He guessed their intentions. Cough, cough. He lightly coughed twice, interrupting Yen Potion's words. The three of them looked nervously at Tang Zheng, afraid that he would say something that would reject them. The three of you, we are all old acquaintances, so there is no need to be so secretive. I have already guessed your intentions. You must be here for the matter of southern Yunnan, right? Tang Zheng's words revealed their purpose, and they could not help but relax. The most difficult words to say were spoken by Tang Zheng himself, making them feel much more relaxed. However, the hearts of the three of them were also in suspense. If Tang Zheng rejected them, then it would be difficult for them to say another word. Then the Yen family's path in the future. Yen Pa-Tian said resentfully, "Young Master Tang's fiery eyes, our goal is indeed unable to escape your eyes. Southern Yunnan has become a warrior's paradise, and their cultivation will soar. As martial artists, we naturally want to experience it so that we can have greater achievements." Tang Zheng smiled faintly and gradually understood the thoughts of the Yen family. He was also very clear about their worries and the current situation they were facing, and couldn't help but ponder. The three members of the Yen family all looked nervously at Tang Zheng, afraid that he would say the word no. Finally, Tang Zheng slowly opened his mouth and said, "If you are willing, you can go to southern Yunnan." The three of them immediately revealed expressions of relief. Their smiles blossomed from the bottom of their hearts, and their tightly clenched fists were sweating profusely. "Thank you, young Master Tang." Yen Pa-Tian sincerely thanked him, and could not help but feel ashamed of his inferiority. Young Master Tang's level of thinking was far from what he could compare to, and he was actually worried that young Master Tang would reject him. However, Tang Zheng suddenly changed the topic, and the smiles of the three immediately froze as they looked at him nervously. "But isn't your Yen family's foundation in the capital? If you go to southern Yunnan, what will happen to your foundation?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. The Yen family's so-called going to southern Yunnan was not just going there for a few days, but was truly settling down in southern Yunnan. Although Yen Pa-Tian did not say it out loud, Tang Zheng had already understood. The Yen family's 100 years of foundation was all in the capital, and this was a huge blow. That was why Tang Zheng had such a question. Yen Pa-Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Tang Zheng would go back on his word, but it turned out to be this matter. Actually, before they came, the Yen family had already discussed it. They were very clear about the consequences of going to southern Yunnan. However, in the end, they unanimously decided that they had to take this risk. Moreover, what they would gain in the future would be more than what they would lose. Therefore, this deal was very worth it. Yen Pa-Tian replied, "Thank you, young Master Tang, for being so considerate for us. However, we have come to the same conclusion. The foundation of the Yen family is not only those dead things, but also the people of the Yen family. This is the foundation of the Yen family's 100 years of existence. As long as the Yen family is still here, then the Yen family can create even more glory." Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. Yen Potion's eyes were very unique. He actually saw this point. In fact, In Tang Zhang's eyes, those industries and other dead things were not as important as people. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to the industries under his name. He cared more about the people by his side. With people, he could have other things. People were the foundation, and people were the foundation. Only then could he truly create an immortal foundation. Heroes think alike. The Yen family's point of view was the same as his. No wonder they could become the only surviving family. Then I don't object to you going to South Yunnan. Tang Zheng reiterated his attitude. The 3 members of the Yen family heaved a sigh of relief. They were all grateful to Tang Zheng for not falling out with the Yen family because of Yen Qingyi. Before leaving, Yen Patian hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Tang, the next time I see Qingyi, I will definitely advise her not to go against young Master Tang." Tang Zheng smiled, but did not comment. Yen Qingyi was not someone that could be persuaded by ordinary people. He did not know to what extent she had comprehended the heavenly Tao and what kind of actions she would take. Looking at the Yen family, leaving in a hurry, Tang Zheng fell into deep thought. After a long time, he slowly shook his head and did not think about this problem, because this problem was temporarily unsolvable. As for the Yen family's exhibition in South Yunnan, he was not worried at all. Li Xiaotian, Wu, and the others had already gone to South Yunnan to make arrangements, and the heavenly chess was still under the control of Tang Zheng. It was absolutely impossible for the Yen family to overturn the heavens in South Yunnan. With Yen Potion's intelligence, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing. Therefore, he was not worried. Right now, the capital had truly become Tang Zheng's base camp. The officials had already chosen to turn a blind eye to it, and there were no martial artists to fight against him. In fact, there was no one or power in this world that dared to make an enemy out of him. His gaze involuntarily landed on the sky beyond heaven. I wonder how Xiao Bai and the others are doing in the sky beyond heaven. He had promised Xiao Bai that he would send the Scarlet Moon Beast, and the others over. Now was the time. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, his heart suddenly moved, and an ominous premonition attacked him. His heart trembled as he cursed inwardly. With a thought, his divine sense dived into the dragon seal. His body was like a puppet standing motionless in place. Chapter 1573. Inside the dragon seal. A few figures broke through the void and sneaked in. However, these were only spiritual senses because their bodies could not enter the Langya pavilion. They looked around in surprise. Their eyes lit up one after another, revealing greedy gazes. This is the world inside the dragon seal. We didn't have the chance to come here in the past. I didn't expect it to be like this. One of them said in amazement. The others could not hide their surprise, and nodded one after another. Although we sacrificed a companion, he actually brought us to this place. He really died a worthy death. Ha ha ha. If we could have found this place earlier, it wouldn't have mattered if a few more of us died. Someone echoed. Obviously, in their hearts, the lives of their companions were not worth much. For higher benefits, they could sacrifice them. Who were these people? Of course, they were the dragon slayers. Other than the dragons, they were the only people who had entered the world inside the dragon seal. Speaking of which, this was completely a coincidence. Back then, when the dragon slayers were fighting with the dragons, they coincidentally entered this world. When this dragon slayers died at the hands of Tang Zheng, the other dragon slayers found some clues. Then they spent a lot of effort and energy to finally follow this clue and found the secret of the dragon seal. From then on, the dragon seal was no longer a secret to the dragon slayers. They could not enter this place on their own, but they could capture a dragon and enter through it. In the great wide world, The dragon slayers did not need to spend too much effort to find the dragons. Therefore, this world was completely open to them. The dragon slayers looked around with shining eyes and clicked their tongues in wonder. It was as if they had walked into the Grand View Garden. Of course, the greed in their hearts was infinitely stimulated. Why is there a fog in front of us? They did not reach the Langia Pavilion or the inverted Langia Pavilion. They were only in the fog. This was where the dragon slayers and the dragons could not be compared. When the dragons entered this place, they would be directly teleported to the front of the Langia Pavilion. As for the dragon slayers, they came in by accident and landed in a random place. This time, they landed in this fog. There was a large amount of fog between the two Langia pavilions, and their vision was very blurry. Therefore, they did not see anything at all just now. However, based on their innate perception of the dragon souls, they had already found some clues. This place had a large number of dragon souls. In the past, we've always thought that the most powerful dragon souls of the dragon clan did not fall into our hands. After all, when we first arrived at the dragon clan's graveyard, although we also captured a large number of dragon souls, it was still quite far from what we expected. Now, it seems that our judgment was right. The dragon race is cunning and has long since transferred the truly powerful dragon soul. A dragon slayer's eyes flickered as he spoke. The other dragon slayers nodded and said, "The dragon race is really cunning. They played a trick on us, making us mistakenly think that we have already captured all of those dragon souls." Ha ha! But the dragon clan would never have thought that no matter where the dragon soul was hidden, it would not be able to escape the pursuit of us dragon slayers. Look, we can now wipe out all those dragon souls. Once I absorb those dragon souls, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Just thinking about it is wonderful. The few of them revealed looks of longing. The greed in their eyes grew stronger and stronger, unable to be concealed at all. Let's go and find the dragon soul. The few of them were unable to fly and could only move forward in the fog. The direction they were heading towards was not the Langia Pavilion, but the inverted Langia Pavilion where countless dragon souls were buried. Obviously, they had an innate sense and detection ability towards the dragon soul. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a slight sound of air being torn apart in the fog. Although it was almost inaudible, it did not escape the dragon slayers' ears. Their expressions turned cold, and they reached out to grab at the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of surging power surged out from their palms and transformed into claws. These claws were very similar to dragon claws and were covered with thick scales like steel. Bang! With a muffled sound, the air wave tore apart a cloud of fog. The dragon slayers were not injured, but were surprised by this attack. They all raised their spirits at the same time and shouted loudly, "Who is it who dares to sneak attack the dragon slayers?" No one answered. The dragon slayers looked at each other and revealed a look of contempt as they said, "It must be one of the dragon souls, right? Hee hee, it's your bad luck to bump into us. You don't want to make a sound, right? Playing hide and seek with us. Hee hee, for so many years, who knows how many dragons have played this trick with us, but without exception, they all lost their lives in the end. Since the dragon souls." The dragon slayers let out a low roar and immediately used their divine ability to sense the location of the dragon souls. However, they did sense the existence of dragon souls very far away, but there was not a single dragon soul in the surrounding area. Strange. That attack clearly came from nearby. How could there not be any dragon souls? Other than the dragon slayers, there were only dragons here. There were no dragon souls, so who was attacking them? The few of them looked at each other and revealed a look of shock. They could not figure out what was going on. Whoosh! Another sound of air being torn apart flew over. The attack clearly came from nearby. The dragon slayers were shocked. The enemy was clearly nearby, but they could not sense it at all. This was the first time in thousands of years that this had happened. Attack! The few of them cooperated very well. A few claws flew out, but they missed. A surge of surging power flew from behind and struck their backs. The few of them were shocked at the same time. They quickly turned around to counterattack, but it was already too late. One of the dragon slayers was directly penetrated by this surge of power. Boom! With an explosion, the dragon slayer's soul scattered and dissipated in the fog. The dragon slayers scattered in all directions. They were really shocked by this attack. Their own people could not even withstand a single blow, and their souls were scattered. This was too strange, something that had never happened before. Get out here. You dare to kill us, dragon slayers. You are dead meat. I will skin you, stupid dragon, pull out your tendons, and tear your body into pieces. I will also torture your dragon soul and make you suffer endless pain. The dragon slayers stomped their feet and cursed. This kind of situation was rare, especially in a confrontation with the dragon race. The dragon slayers had always firmly held the upper hand. How could they be in such a sorry state like this? Tang Zheng was hiding in the fog. Ever since he entered the dragon seal, he discovered the whereabouts of these dragon slayers. He was not in a hurry to show himself. The dragon slayers were very powerful, especially when there were a few of them together. He knew that he might not be able to gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. Thus, he cleverly adopted a roundabout tactic, using the fog as a cover to launch a sneak attack. The truth proved that after probing once, the sneak attack was very successful. Chapter 1574. Tang Zheng's lips curled into a smile as he listened to the dragon slayer's curses. Ever since he killed the dragon slayers twice in the past, he was no longer so fearful of them. The dragon slayers were not undefeatable. As long as he was strong enough and found the right method, he could also kill the dragon slayers in one strike. Of course, he was also shocked that so many dragon slayers had entered this world this time. He knew that from now on, the Langya Pavilion would probably never have a day of peace. This was an unsolvable problem. Once the dragon slayers discovered this secret, it would definitely spread among the dragon slayers. Then he would not be able to avoid all of this. The only thing he could do was to rely on the magical power taught by the dragon seniors to monitor the Langya Pavilion's movements in real time. Once the dragon slayers arrived, he would know immediately and quickly attack. However, it was just a few dragon slayers this time. What if there were many dragon slayers here in the future? Could he still deal with them? He did not know the answer. He only knew that he had to get rid of these guys in front of him immediately. Otherwise, the Langya Pavilion would be turned upside down by them now. The dragon slayers shouted for a long time, but there was no reply. They knew that this was troublesome. The other party was not an impatient guy. Insults would not be able to provoke him and make him appear. However, the dragon slayers were puzzled. Their method of sensing the dragon's soul was a tried and tested method. Why did it not work on this guy? The other party was clearly in the surrounding fog. Why couldn't they sense him? We can't just sit here and wait for death. He's hiding in this fog. Why don't we split this fog apart? Let's see how he can hide. In the end, the dragon slayers discussed a countermeasure and immediately took action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the claws tore through the air, tearing the mist apart like pieces of thin paper. The fog dissipated, revealing everything in the surroundings. The dragon slayers widened their eyes, trying to find the dragon who launched the sneak attack. However, to everyone's disappointment, they did not see a single figure from the dragon clan. Where did he go? They looked at each other. They were really confused. Whoosh! An air-piercing sound descended from the sky. Pooh! One of the dragon slayers was hit and exploded. His soul scattered, and he followed in the footsteps of his companion. In the sky, the other dragon slayers finally realized something and shouted. In midair, the dragon slayer stood on the somersault cloud. With the cover of the somersault cloud, he successfully avoided the detection of the dragon slayer and successfully launched another sneak attack. Of course, this also exposed his whereabouts. However, this gave the dragon slayers quite a fright. This was because when the dragon slayer arrived at this place, he realized that he couldn't fly at all. He could only rely on his 2 feet to walk on the ground. But this guy could actually ride the clouds and ride the mist. This was completely superior to them. The high and mighty dragon slayers had never put the dragon race in their eyes. They had only treated the dragon race as their food. Now that they had been defeated by their food, one could imagine how they felt. The most important thing was that they had entered this world with their divine sense. They couldn't even bring in their Dharma treasures, which restricted their waving and strength even more. The dragon slayer pointed at Tang Zheng and roared, "Dragon brat, who the hell are you? You dared to launch a sneak attack on us. In a while, we'll absorb your dragon soul and make you die very, very miserably." Although the dragon slayer's roar was very loud, they were very anxious. This was because they realized that they could only watch as the other party stood on the somersault cloud. They couldn't sense his presence at all. Could it be that he's not from the dragon race? So he doesn't have a dragon soul. That's why he successfully escaped our detection. A dragon slayer mumbled doubtfully. If he's not from the dragon race, then how can he come to this place? Another dragon slayer immediately retorted, "Aren't we here too? Can he be compared to us?" Regarding Tang Zheng's identity, the dragon slayers had different opinions, and there was no definite answer. However, there was no doubt that this was a troublesome opponent. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to counterattack, but he's in midair. We don't have any Dharma treasures. How can we counterattack? I have an idea. There are many dragon souls in this place. Once we find these dragon souls and absorb them, our strength will improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, we may have a way to deal with this brat. That's right. We just have to be careful of his attacks. Everyone, listen up. Don't be disrupted by him. Our target is the dragon soul. The dragon slayers understood tacitly and revealed excited expressions. They glared hatefully at Tang Zheng, who was in the sky, and then used their mystiques to sense the dragon souls. As expected, they immediately found something. They had already sensed the strong aura of the dragon soul, and it was not far ahead. Let's go. They chose their target, increased their speed, and sprinted in the direction of the inverted Langya pavilion. Tang Zheng was shocked. He did not expect the dragon slayers to leave him behind and ignore him. Instead, they were sprinting. Oh no! Tang Zheng looked up and was shocked. This was because he had already guessed the dragon slayers' intentions. We definitely can't let them reach the inverted Langya pavilion. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and activated the somersault cloud. With a whoosh, the somersault cloud chased after them. The somersault cloud's speed was naturally faster than the dragon slayers. Therefore, it caught up with them in an instant. An air-piercing sound descended from the sky. The dragon slayer warriors had been on full alert the entire time. When they heard the sound of the air being torn apart, they immediately reacted and dodged in all directions. They did not have any intention of fighting head-on and easily dodged Tang Zheng's attack. Tang Zheng's expression darkened. Damn it! Their goal is clear. They actually don't want to tangle with me. Somersault Cloud, stop them! After a slight hesitation, he immediately reacted. The somersault cloud landed in front of the dragon slayers and forcibly blocked their path. The two sides really faced each other. The dragon slayers came to a sudden stop and stared at Tang Zheng fiercely. "Who are you?" the dragon slayers asked first. "A member of the dragon tribe." Tang Zheng did not say his name. Ever since he fused with the dragon bone, he had truly become a member of the dragon tribe. Therefore, he was not wrong. "You're really a member of the dragon tribe?" The dragon slayers were shocked. Previously, they had been wondering about Tang Zheng's identity. When they heard the words "member of the dragon tribe" from his mouth, it was obvious how shocked they were. "Then why can't we sense your dragon soul?" the dragon slayers asked. Tang Zheng had a general answer to this question. Perhaps it was because he was originally a human and also a celestial. Only after cultivating the dragon god did he slowly become a member of the dragon race. There was a certain difference between him and a true dragon. This was why the dragon slayers could not sense him at all. Chapter 1575. Tang Zheng's attack was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of them. He used his hand as a sword and sword chi soared into the sky. He drew in front of his chest, and a yin and yang fish was formed. They spun and flew towards the dragon slayers. The dragon slayers' expressions were stern. They truly felt the danger. They roared and moved at the same time. With a flash of their figures, they disappeared from where they were. In the next second, they were already in close combat with Tang Zheng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This was the power of the claws. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This was the sound of the wind caused by the yin and yang fish. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides clashed and disappeared. The dragon slayers arrived in front of Tang Zheng. A few pairs of hands grabbed at the various parts of Tang Zheng's body. They cooperated very well and divided the work. Their power increased greatly. Tang Zheng used his hand as a sword and directly swung it. Sharp sword chi rippled from his arm. His arm became extremely sharp. It was really like a treasure sword that could cut through iron like mud. Pooh! The air was cut open. The hand sword hit the claws. With a loud clang, both hands were actually repelled. In this attack, both sides were actually not at a disadvantage. They were evenly matched. Instantly, Tang Zheng had a rough estimate of the dragon slayer's strength. These few dragon slayers' cultivation was definitely not lower than his. They were probably even higher than him. It was just that in this world, they couldn't use their full strength. Although he was also restricted to a certain extent, it definitely wasn't as much as the dragon slayers. "I'll hold him back. You guys go and find the dragon soul." One of the dragon slayers shouted and rushed over fiercely. The other dragon slayers understood. They all rushed to the side, trying to avoid Tang Zheng. "Stop!" Tang Zheng roared and quickly chased. However, the dragon slayers in front of him didn't give him a chance and quickly blocked him. Both sides exploded into an intense battle. This gave the other dragon slayers a chance to escape. "Somersault cloud, stop them," Tang Zheng ordered. With a whoosh, the somersault cloud appeared in front of a dragon slayer. The dragon slayer grabbed at empty air. The somersault cloud was, in essence, a cloud. Hence, it was useless for the dragon slayer to tear it apart. On the contrary, this dragon slayer was delayed because of this fight. This was completely a drop in the bucket. The other dragon slayers took the opportunity to slip away. "Ah!" Screams suddenly rang out. Tang Zheng was incomparably anxious. These screams did not mean that the dragon slayers had met with some mishap, but that they were stepping on air. They were only one step away from the inverted dragon slayer. As long as they landed on the ground, they would immediately discover that place, and so many dragon soul would be killed by them. At the thought of this, Tang Zheng felt as if a heavy burden had been placed on his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. No, I have to stop them. However, the dragon slayer in front of him saw Tang Zheng's anxious expression and said proudly, "No matter who you are, you can't stop all of this. The dragon clan will always be the prey of us dragon slayers. You want to make a comeback? Humph, your end will be very miserable." After saying this, his attacks became even more fierce, not giving Tang Zheng a chance to catch his breath. Then let's see who will end up more miserable. Tang Zheng simply gave up on using his sword technique. Because he did not have the hidden sword, the power of his sword technique was greatly reduced and could not cause a one-hit kill effect to the opponent. Last time, I used the sky-swallowing technique to deal with that invading dragon slayer. Now, I will use the same method to deal with him. Thus, he pushed out his large hand flatly and faced the dragon slayer's claw. The dragon slayer was overjoyed. Could it be that this brat was confused by anger? He actually gave up on a more threatening mystical power and used this small trick. The few strikes just now had indeed caused quite a lot of trouble for the dragon slayer, making him realize the power of this sword technique. Bang! The palm and claw collided. The two of them did not retreat because of the surging power. Instead, they were tightly pressed together, and the two palms could not be separated at all. The dragon slayer was stunned and did not understand what was going on. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he screamed, "What are you doing? Quickly let go!" How could Tang Zheng let go? He desperately urged the sky-swallowing technique, and a black hole suddenly appeared. Before the dragon slayer could react, he disappeared into the black hole with a whoosh. The sky-swallowing technique is indeed a mystical power that can lead to victory, especially for these invaders. They are originally strands of consciousness, so the sky-swallowing technique is their fatal nemesis. Tang Zheng suddenly turned around and stared at the dragon slayer, who was trapped by the somersault cloud. The other party also saw Tang Zheng and personally witnessed the scene of his companion being sucked away by the black hole. He was extremely shocked. Under the attack of the black hole, his companion actually did not have the slightest ability to resist and disappeared without any warning. Tang Zheng quickly rushed towards the dragon slayer, and the dragon slayer also quickly dodged to the side. There was no way back, and there was a pursuer in front. He could only choose a direction and escape to the side. "Stop!" Tang Zheng jumped in front of the dragon slayer and pushed out with both palms. The black hole immediately enveloped the dragon slayer. The dragon slayer screamed and struggled, but it was useless. He could only watch as he was sucked into the black hole. Tang Zheng did not have time to care about the effects of the heaven realm after these dragon slayers were sucked into the black hole. He steered the somersault cloud and quickly chased after them. If he was a step late, so many dragon souls would be in trouble. When the somersault cloud landed, he saw the dragon slayer rushing into the inverted Langya pavilion from afar. "Stop!" Tang Zheng's heart quivered, and he immediately chased after him. In a flash, he rushed into the Langya pavilion and just happened to see the dragon slayer standing in front of a large group of dragon clan tombstones. His wild with joy made Tang Zheng shudder. You are not allowed to hurt the dragon souls. Seeing that a dragon slayer was already using his mystical ability, the nearest dragon soul flew up from the tombstone and flew towards the dragon slayer. Tang Zheng descended from the sky and stood between the two parties. With a push of his hand, the black hole flew out from his palm and became bigger and bigger. His palm was aimed at the dragon slayer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dragon slayer was just a wisp of spirit. Without the protection of a physical body, it was a piece of cake in front of the sky-devouring technique. It was a delicious dish without any defense. Therefore, with a flash of light, the black hole sucked in 2 dragon slayers. The dragon slayer was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood how Tang Zheng could break through the encirclement and catch up to them in such a short time. Stop him. Let's go upstairs. The dragon slayer had already sensed that an even larger dragon soul was still upstairs. Although the dragon souls below were not bad, they were far from the ones above. If he wanted to quickly increase his strength, he naturally had to absorb the dragon souls above. Stopping Tang Zheng's attack became especially important. Chapter 1576. A few dragon slayers blocked Tang Zheng, but the black hole had already flown in front of them. They couldn't stand still at all, and used all their skills to try to escape the suction of the black hole. With this opportunity, those dragon souls that had already flown up from the tombstones flew back to the tombstones and luckily escaped the calamity. Sky-devouring technique. Absorb. Tang Zheng roared and flew up. The power of the black hole increased greatly, and the few dragon slayers disappeared in the black hole in the blink of an eye. Tang Zheng didn't even have time to catch his breath and rushed to the second floor with a tap of his toes. However, there were no dragon slayers on the second floor. The dragon slayers had already realized that the more powerful the dragon soul, the higher the floor it was on, so they went straight to the highest floor. That's strange. Why aren't the dragon slayers restricted by the Langya Pavilion? They can actually go up the Langya Pavilion so easily? Tang Zheng muttered in his heart. The Langya Pavilion was related to the realm of the dragon god technique. Only when one reached the corresponding realm could they go up the corresponding floor. The 2 Langya Pavilions were the same. Back then, Tang Zheng only went up to the 9th floor of the Langya Pavilion. He didn't know what was on the remaining 9 floors. Suddenly, when he rushed to the 6th floor, he saw a lone dragon slayer. He was already using his divine ability to absorb a dragon soul in front of him and was about to fuse with his body. Why is there a lone dragon slayer here? And it's only the 6th floor? Tang Zheng stretched out his hand, and the other party tried to dodge, but there was still a black hole in midair, so he couldn't dodge at all. As a result, he easily fell into the palm of Tang Zheng's hand, before the black hole absorbed his soul. Tang Zheng first used the soul-searching technique and emptied the knowledge in his brain. Suddenly, he realized that this lone dragon slayer was too weak. If he was blocked in front of the restriction on the 7th floor of the Langya Pavilion, the restriction of the Langya Pavilion still existed and was still in effect. However, for various reasons, the dragon slayers were also treated like the dragon tribe. Tang Zheng immediately realized something was wrong. It turned out that when the dragon slayers were at the main entrance of the Langya Pavilion, they were also blocked by the restriction. However, with so many dragon slayers gathering everyone's strength, they actually managed to break through the restriction in one fell swoop and barged in. Once they entered the Langya Pavilion, they would be considered to have truly obtained the same treatment as the dragon clan. That was, they would be able to ascend to the corresponding floor based on the realm of the dragon soul that they had absorbed. The most powerful dragon soul that this lone dragon slayer had ever absorbed was only able to reach the 6th level. Naturally, he could only stop here. After Tang Zheng understood this point, he was both shocked and angry. Could it be that this group of dragon slayers had not absorbed a more powerful dragon soul? Perhaps it was a dragon soul that could reach the 9th floor. Even Tang Zheng hadn't been up there before. If the dragon slayer went up there and he couldn't go up, wouldn't all the floors above be in trouble? We can't let this happen. Tang Zheng shuddered, gritted his teeth, and quickly chased after him. When he reached the 7th and 8th floors, there were corresponding dragon slayers lingering there, trying their best to absorb the dragon souls. Fortunately, Tang Zheng managed to stop them. If one of the dragon souls was absorbed by the dragon slayers, Tang Zheng would also feel that he had neglected his duty. After all, the Dragon Clan seniors had given these dragon souls to him to take care of without reservation. If he couldn't fulfill his promise, wouldn't he be breaking his promise to the Dragon Clan seniors? Tang Zheng swept away all obstacles and ascended to the 9th floor. His pupils couldn't help but constrict because he saw that the Dragon Clan on the 9th floor was already absorbing the dragon souls crazily. Half of one of the dragon souls had already fused with the dragon slayers. "Come back!" Tang Zheng roared, his eyes wide open in anger. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the dragon soul's tail. The dragon soul immediately stopped and didn't continue to fuse with the dragon slayers. Seeing this, the dragon slayers were anxious and angry. They cursed nonstop. "Damn you, you actually want to stop me?" There wasn't just one dragon slayers on this floor. There were 2 other dragon slayers who immediately came to help and attacked Tang Zheng's vital parts. Tang Zheng grabbed the dragon soul with one hand and executed the sky-devouring technique with the other. He fiercely slammed his palm over. Whoosh! A black hole shot out from his palm and directly enveloped one of the dragon slayers. Before the other party could react, he immediately disappeared without a trace. The other dragon slayers were stunned. Just now, they didn't see Tang Zheng execute the sky-devouring technique and hurried upstairs. Thus, they didn't expect him to have such a powerful mystical ability. However, the other one didn't believe it. He was on guard and charged over again like a ferocious tiger. Tang Zheng leaned to the side and dodged this attack. This was because the dragon slayers in front of him, who were in a stalemate with him, also attacked. One was close while the other was far away. Of course, he had to deal with the dragon slayers first. He slipped and closed the distance between him and the dragon slayers in front of him. Before the other party could react, he pressed his palm against the dragon slayer's chest. Black light erupted and enveloped the dragon slayers. The dragon slayers flashed and disappeared without a trace. Even the half-fused dragon soul was almost sucked into the black hole. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's sky-devouring technique had already reached the realm of perfection. He could control it freely. Thus, even if he stopped, he avoided the tragedy of the dragon soul being sucked in. The attack of the remaining dragon slayers also reached Tang Zheng's back. He didn't have time to retaliate. Bang! With the power of this claw, Tang Zheng's soul was almost torn to pieces, and a large hole appeared on his back. Tang Zheng subconsciously let out a scream and staggered forward. He fell to the ground and was in a slightly sorry state. The dragon slayers were overjoyed. Although they had sacrificed so many of their companions, at least they had defeated the enemy. They quickly pounced forward and prepared to give Tang Zheng a fatal blow. Tang Zheng lay on the ground and didn't have time to turn around. He pushed back with his palm and happened to collide with the dragon slayer's claw. The black hole kept trembling, and the suction force was greatly reduced. The dragon slayers had just been imprisoned by the sky-devouring technique, but they immediately broke free. Obviously, the power of the sky-devouring technique had decreased, and the threat to the dragon slayers had also decreased. The dragon slayer's strength was not lower than Tang Zheng's, and Tang Zheng was heavily injured. It wouldn't be easy to easily suck the dragon slayers into the heaven realm. The dragon slayers also understood this point. They revealed a proud expression and said, arrogantly, "Your divine ability isn't working anymore. Humph, I'll kill you first, and then absorb all the dragon souls on this floor. I haven't absorbed such a powerful dragon soul in a long time." there were fewer and fewer dragons in the world. The chances of the dragon slayers finding more dragons had also decreased. It was especially difficult to find powerful dragons. This dragon slayer's strength was not low at all. They had absorbed many dragon souls, but the dragon souls that they had absorbed for a long time were very weak. They were far from a dragon soul that could reach the 9th floor of Langya Pavilion. Chapter 1577. The Dragon Slayer and Tang Zheng's palms were pressed against each other. The black hole was not stable and was constantly trembling. It could collapse at any time. The Dragon Slayer said proudly, "No matter what strange things you have, your path has come to an end. After killing you, all the dragon souls here will belong to us, the Dragon Slayer." With that, the Dragon Slayer swept his claw towards Tang Zheng. The surging power caused a strong wind to blow. Tang Zheng hurriedly used his hand as a sword and pointed his finger upwards. Like a treasured sword being unsheathed, he ruthlessly struck the Dragon Slayer's claw. The sword chi in his finger was like a rainbow. With a piu sound, a small hole was created in the Dragon Slayer's claw. The Dragon Slayer turned pale with fright and staggered back. He exclaimed, "You're about to die, but you're still so powerful. I really didn't expect that." Tang Zheng took a deep breath and slapped the ground with his palm. He stood up lightly and said with a gloomy face, "Dragon Slayer, do you really think you have the upper hand?" The Dragon Slayer's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, let's see how long you can last." He was very confident in his previous attack. He didn't think that Tang Zheng would have much strength to counterattack after taking this attack. Indeed, the power of the Dragon Slayer's attack was extraordinary. Tang Zheng's soul was almost shattered. Fortunately, he cultivated the Ksiddhagarbha Sutra, and his soul was strong. It was not something that could be completely defeated with just one attack. In addition, after Tang Zheng discovered that the power of his Devouring Heaven technique had weakened, he had an idea and immediately used the Devouring Heaven technique's soul to make up for this weakness. In the Heaven realm, the Dragon Slayer's soul had already turned into surging energy and descended from the sky, landing on the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. It actually grew to the height of 2 people. The surrounding ground also grew green flowers and plants full of vitality. Without a doubt, all of these changes caused the Heaven realm to undergo a qualitative change. Even the realm of the Devouring Heaven technique was slowly increasing. The Devouring Heaven technique had already reached the realm of moving mountains and moving seas, which was the only realm left. Tang Zheng had a premonition that the sky-swallowing technique was slowly progressing toward the ultimate realm. However, Tang Zheng was indeed injured, so he didn't immediately expose this point. Showing weakness to the enemy would make the enemy proud and lower their guard. The Dragon Slayer's wariness had indeed dropped by a lot. Originally, when he saw his 2 companions mysteriously disappear, he was already shocked. However, when he saw Tang Zheng's current predicament, he immediately realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. This person had relied on some kind of magical power to win by surprise. Now that the power of this divine ability had been greatly reduced, there was naturally nothing to be afraid of. Kill! The Dragon Slayer let out a low roar, and his killing intent soared into the sky. His claws transformed, transforming into thousands upon thousands of them, interweaving into a gigantic claw that slashed down toward Tang Zheng's head. Tang Zheng pushed out his palm again. But no matter what, this palm seemed to be too weak. There was no way it could compare to the Dragon Slayer's attack. The Dragon Slayer's lips curled into a cruel smile. He was certain that Tang Zheng was dead for sure. Bang! Tang Zheng's palm and the claw collided, There wasn't much of a commotion. His palm was like a small boat swaying in the wind and rain, unable to resist at all. However, this small boat was extremely sturdy. No matter how the wind and rain battered it, there was actually no sign of it shattering. On the contrary, a black hole gradually grew in size, gradually forming in Tang Zheng's palm. Not long after, the black hole became larger and larger, and was extremely stable. It was completely unlike before, which was constantly trembling. The dragon slayer's eyes narrowed, and he shouted loudly, "You're lying to me!" He would be an idiot if he still couldn't see through the clues. Tang Zheng was completely showing weakness to the enemy, luring him in, and then killing him in one strike. The power that erupted from this black hole didn't give him a chance to escape at all. Thus, there was a flash of black light, and it surged out from the black hole. Then, it quickly enveloped the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer struggled with all his might, trying to break free from this terrifying power. However, it was all too late. This power was like an octopus, firmly grasping the Dragon Slayer. No matter how he struggled, it was all to no avail. Whoosh! After a soft sound, the Dragon Slayer disappeared and was sucked into the black hole. Thus, at the same time, there was another majestic energy in the heaven realm. Under the nourishment of this energy, the tree of life slowly grew again. Not long after, it actually grew a lot taller. Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief. This was a narrow victory. If it was in the outside world, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win so easily. This was completely a special world in Langya, allowing both sides to fight in the state of their divine souls. In terms of the strength of the divine soul, he was far more powerful than the Dragon Slayer. In addition, the sky-devouring skill was the nemesis of the divine soul, so he could achieve a level of success. Huff, huff. He kept panting a few times and looked at the fragile dragon soul beside him. It was the dragon soul that was almost sucked into the Dragon Slayer's body just now. It had already become very fragile. Go back. Tang Zheng flipped his palm and grabbed the dragon soul. Then he guided it back to his tombstone. With a flash of golden light, it wrapped around the tombstone again. Tang Zheng felt relieved. He looked around and saw that there was not a single dragon soul missing. If he was a step later, he wouldn't have been so lucky. I was lucky enough to complete the mission given to me by the seniors of the Dragon Clan. However, the secret of Langya has been completely discovered by the Dragon Slayer. They will definitely send a large army here. At that time, I won't be able to do anything alone. After the Dragon Slayer discovered that he had failed this time, he would definitely be more prepared and send more powerful Dragon Slayer here. Even if Tang Zheng had the sky-devouring skill, it would definitely be difficult for him to deal with it. This time, it was completely because the Dragon Slayer didn't know that there was such a powerful opponent like Tang Zheng and let his guard down. That was why he was caught off guard by Tang Zheng. The Dragon Slayer would definitely not make the same mistake twice. Otherwise, the Dragon Slayer would not have reached such a powerful level. Tang Zheng was filled with emotions. He felt that the heavy burden on his shoulders was like 1,000 caddies pressing down on him until he could not breathe. The Golden Dragon has already gone to look for the base of the Dragon Clan. I hope there will be news soon. After meeting with the Dragon Clan, I might be able to think of a way to solve this crisis. His heart moved. He could only temporarily place his hope on this point. The Dragon Slayer has been eliminated. I can take a breather for the time being. He let out a long breath and looked around. He was about to go downstairs, but just as he reached the stairs, he stopped in his tracks. This was because a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. His entire body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Even his soul trembled. He turned around abruptly and stared straight at the stairs leading to the 10th floor. Chapter 1578. A fish that slipped through the net. He had actually missed a dragon slayer. He had a flash of inspiration. When he was calculating the number of dragon slayers he had eliminated, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be one missing. He climbed from the 1st floor to the 9th floor, but there was no trace of this dragon slayer. This could only mean that he was not on the 9th floor, but he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the stairs leading to the 10th floor. This fish that slipped through the net could only have reached a higher floor. Even Tang Zheng did not know how powerful the dragon souls on the remaining floors were. If they fell into the hands of the dragon slayer, wouldn't that mean that the dragon slayer's strength would increase by leaps and bounds? More importantly, Tang Zheng did not fulfill his promise to the Dragon Clan's senior. He felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He walked step by step toward the stairs. Bang! He was sent flying by a mysterious force and landed on the ground in a sorry state. He still could not break through the restrictions on this floor. Hiss! He gasped. He could not go upstairs, but the Dragon Slayer quietly went up. This could only mean that the Dragon Slayer had absorbed a dragon soul that could reach a higher floor. This showed how powerful this Dragon Slayer was. Most importantly, Tang Zheng could not go up. This meant that he could only watch the Dragon Slayer do whatever he wanted. But he could not do anything. No, I can't let him do whatever he wants. Absolutely not. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth, and his eyes became incomparably firm. Bang! He tiptoed and rushed to the stairs again, but he was still bounced back. After he got up from the ground, he ignored the pain all over his body and stared at the stairs with burning eyes. Am I going to fail just like that? He shook his head. I can't admit defeat. There must be a way. I have to think of a way. He did not rush up recklessly again. Instead, he paced back and forth at the stairs, looking left and right, trying to find some clues. Each floor of Langia is closely related to the Dragon God technique, but I have already cultivated to the 9th level of the Dragon God technique, so I can easily reach the 9th floor of Langia. But what about the next floor? He racked his brain as he circulated the Dragon God's secret art. The Dragon God's secret art circulated in his body, and before he knew it, he had transformed into a mighty 9-clawed golden dragon. The 2 dragon horns on the top of his head were like small lotuses that had just revealed their sharp horns. They flickered with golden light. Suddenly, he had a stroke of luck. The golden light on the dragon horn flickered intensely, as if something had attracted the dragon horn, and that something was upstairs. Cautiously, he approached the staircase and tried to ascend it again. Bang! That familiar rebounding force was still surging towards him. However, he was not sent flying this time. A beam of golden light shot out from the dragon horn and blocked the rebounding force. This Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. Dragon horns actually had such a miraculous effect. Back then, when he grew the dragon horns, he didn't understand what they were used for. He thought that they were useless. He didn't expect that they would be useful at this critical moment. His confidence was greatly boosted, and he was greatly encouraged. He muttered to himself, "It seems that hope lies on the dragon horn." He took another step forward. Bang! The rebounding force gushed out, but he did not retreat. His dragon claws were deeply embedded in the floor. A beam of golden light shot out from the dragon horn. It was as dazzling as the sun and bathed Tang Zheng's dragon body. He moved his dragon claws forward step by step. The rebounding force was actually blocked by the dragon horn. There's hope. His dragon eyes shone with a dazzling light. Step by step, He finally stepped onto the first step. Success! He was overjoyed, but he did not dare to let his guard down. He activated the Dragon God technique with all his might. The dragon horn on top of his head shone even brighter. It was like a layer of armor that completely enveloped Tang Zheng's body. One step, two steps, the dawn of victory was right in front of him. Bang! When he finally reached the last step, his body relaxed. The rebounding force disappeared, and the golden light also disappeared. Could it be that the rebounding force naturally disappeared after I successfully reached the top? I reached the 10th floor just like that. Even the golden dragon doesn't know what's on the 10th floor. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He really wanted to tell the golden dragon this great news immediately. However, he immediately calmed down. This was because the scene in front of him almost scared his soul out of his body. This was because the fish that escaped the net was actually standing in the center of this floor. The space above his head was not the roof, but a sky that was like the sky. White clouds floated, and it was incomparably blue. However, a beam of resplendent golden light fell from the sky, covering the blue sky and white clouds. There was no way to see the source of this golden light, but the other end was in the hands of the dragon slayer. He firmly grasped the golden light with both hands. His expression was ferocious and crazy. He could not hide his ecstasy. He raised his head and looked at the golden light in the sky with burning eyes. He was incomparably greedy. "What are you doing?" Tang Zheng did not expect that the 10th floor was like another world. It was completely different from the previous 9 floors. Just this scene alone was definitely not simple. From this, it could be seen how mysterious the 10th floor was. He had not figured out the mystery of the 10th floor, but since the Dragon Slayer was trying to get his hands on the golden light, he definitely could not let him succeed. Therefore, he roared loudly, shook his head, and swung his tail. He let out a dragon roar and swept his dragon tail toward the Dragon Slayer fiercely. The Dragon Slayer also noticed Tang Zheng. His pupils constricted, and he could not hide the shock on his face. He did not expect Tang Zheng to be so powerful. He actually passed the lower 9 floors and stepped onto the 10th floor. "No, I definitely can't let him disturb me." The Dragon Slayer gritted his teeth and made up his mind. However, Tang Zheng's attack was already in front of him. The Dragon Slayer also roared toward the sky. The roar was very similar to a dragon's roar. A terrifying power spread out from his body and filled the entire floor. Bang! This terrifying power resisted the dragon tail. Tang Zheng was actually sent flying back. After somersaulting in the air, Tang Zheng stabilized his body. A resplendent light burst out from his dragon eyes. At the same time, his 2 dragon horns also released a dazzling golden light. The golden light flew out with a whoosh. Puff! The Dragon Slayer's terrifying power was like a thin piece of paper. It was actually torn in half by this golden light. The golden light went straight in and shot directly toward the Dragon Slayer. Only then did the Dragon Slayer notice the dragon horns that had just appeared on top of Tang Zheng's head. He dodged in a panic and screamed in shock, "Dragon horns! You actually have dragon horns!" The Dragon Slayer had seen too many members of the Dragon Clan. He had even seen a member of the Dragon Clan who could step onto the 10th floor of Langya. The biggest characteristic of that Dragon Clan was that they had dragon horns. The dragon horns of that Dragon Clan member were even shorter than Tang Zheng's dragon horns. They had just popped out a little from the top of his head. If one did not observe carefully, it would be extremely difficult to notice. However, that battle had given the Dragon Slayer a great shock and an unforgettable impression. He had almost died in the hands of a dragon clan member because of that tiny dragon horn. Chapter 1579. The Dragon Slayer was scared out of his wits. Tang Zheng was in a similar situation. He could tell that this Dragon Slayer was completely different from the previous Dragon Slayer. He was much stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to ascend to the 10th floor so openly. Of course, he should have only been able to ascend to the 10th floor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed here and would have definitely gone to a higher floor. But no matter what the situation was, Tang Zheng definitely wouldn't allow the Dragon Slayer to succeed. As for what the golden light in the air was and what it meant, he didn't know at the moment. Whoosh! The Dragon Slayer stared at Tang Zheng in horror and asked, "Why do you have a dragon horn?" Dragon horn? Tang Zheng was stunned. Could it be that the dragon horn was very special? He immediately thought about it. The dragon horn seemed to be very special. It could even ascend to the 10th floor. This was completely an action that surpassed one's level. From the Dragon Slayer's reaction, it was likely that the dragon horn was much more powerful than he imagined. Tang Zheng deliberately sneered and bluffed. "Why can't I have a dragon horn?" As he spoke, he approached the Dragon Slayer step by step. The dragon claw fell to the ground, creating a loud boom that shook one's soul. "Stop!" The Dragon Slayer stared at Tang Zheng and roared. It seemed that he was a bit afraid of him. Tang Zheng immediately caught this trace of emotion. With a thought, he continued to approach the Dragon Slayer. A trace of panic flashed through the Dragon Slayer's eyes. The dragon he killed last time was still fresh in his memory. That small dragon horn had almost killed him. Now that Tang Zheng's dragon horn was a bit longer and bigger, its killing power was naturally more terrifying. He suddenly understood. No wonder so many of his companions couldn't stop him, allowing him to catch up to him so easily. Tang Zheng approached the Dragon Slayer step by step, but the Dragon Slayer had no way to retreat. His face turned cold, and he shouted fiercely, "Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." Whoosh! He reached out with his large hand and grabbed at the air. The air was sucked in by his large hand and became a vacuum state. An energy ball gradually formed in his palm. Boom! The energy ball left his hand and flew toward Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng shook its head and wagged its tail. Immediately, two beams of golden light shot out from its dragon horns. With a loud boom, two bursts of energy exploded. Tang Zheng's dragon claws left a few deep marks on the ground before he managed to stop himself from retreating. The Dragon Slayer, on the other hand, swayed a little before he managed to stabilize himself. However, the golden light in his hand was shaking and creaking as if it was about to collapse. Seeing this, the Dragon Slayer turned pale with fright and roared. Using both hands, he grabbed the golden light. Only then did the golden light stabilize and not collapse, but his hands were no longer empty. Tang Zheng took this opportunity to attack. He had just finished preparing his attack, but he stopped at the last moment. He raised his head and stared blankly at the sky. That was the source of the resplendent golden light, and it was unreachable. However, a strange thought appeared in his mind again. The thing that attracted the dragon horn seemed to be at the source of the golden light. He couldn't see it clearly, but he had a feeling. What could it be? Dragon soul? Otherwise, why would it attract the Dragon Slayer so much? Seeing Tang Zheng looking at the sky, the Dragon Slayer became even more nervous. That attack just now seemed to have the upper hand, but he knew that if this continued, his situation would probably be even worse. After all, one was defense, and the other was attack. Since the Dragon Slayer wanted something, he naturally had to pay more. Humph, I don't know what it is. Then I'll go up and take a look, Tang Zheng said. Then his dragon claws stomped on the ground and rose into the air, flying directly toward the source of the golden light. Stop! The dragon slayer screamed in shock. He had no choice but to free his hands and form them into claws. His claws turned into pitch-black scales, which were completely different from the dragon scales of the dragon clan. Dragon capturing hands. The dragon slayer roared. His claws suddenly became bigger, and the pitch-black scales shone with a terrifying black light. Dragon capturing hands was the ultimate move of the dragon slayer. It did not rely on any magic treasures, and completely relied on one's own strength. Even if it was only the spirit, the dragon slayer could completely use it. However, there was a drawback to using dragon capturing hands, and that was that it consumed a lot of power. If the attack missed or did not completely capture the dragon clan would counterattack, and the dragon slayer would become very passive. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the dragon slayer would not use this mystical power at all. Moreover, this mystical power was not something that everyone could use. After all, one could only successfully cultivate it after reaching a certain level. He just so happened to have reached this level, and those dragon slayers from before had not reached this level at all. Therefore, even if it was a matter of life and death, they could not use it. Tang Zheng flew in midair, and when he lowered his head, he saw the black claws flying toward him. His heart suddenly trembled, and he felt a natural threat from those claws. Dragon capturing hands. Could it be a mystical power specially used to deal with the dragon clan? Tang Zheng remembered what the dragon slayer had shouted, and frowned. Humph. So what if it's specially used to deal with the dragon clan? Would I be afraid? He simply did not fly into the sky. Instead, he somersaulted in the air and aimed at the huge claws. With a dragon roar, he charged over. Boom! After the dragon claws and the dragon capturing hands collided, the two rays of golden and black light collided, and brilliant lights overflowed. However, Tang Zheng felt his whole body tighten, as if he was firmly imprisoned. He subconsciously frowned and looked at the dragon-capturing hands that was close at hand. That strong sense of threat was incomparably clear, and it deeply stimulated his heart. The power of the dragon claws was actually unable to contend against the dragon-capturing hands. It was as if the dragon-capturing hands were specially used to restrain his dragon claws. Dragon tail whip. Tang Zheng roared loudly, and the dragon tail swept toward the dragon-capturing hands. Just as it was about to hit the dragon-capturing hands, the dragon claws suddenly stiffened and stopped in midair, unable to advance any further. Ha ha! You still want to deal with my dragon-capturing hands? This is a mystical power specially used to deal with the dragon clan. How can you contend against it? The dragon slayer laughed wildly. At first, he was still worried that Tang Zheng would not accept the challenge. If he dodged the dragon-capturing hands, then it would not be so easy for him to launch his first attack. However, this worry did not come to fruition. This dragon actually did not know what was good for him and directly accepted the challenge, and just happened to fall into the attack range of the dragon-capturing hands. The dragon-capturing hands dared to use this name, and it was not an undeserved reputation. Once a dragon fell into the attack range of the dragon-capturing hands, it would be difficult for them to escape. If other dragons saw the dragon-capturing hands, they would definitely not face it head-on. However, Tang Zheng was a dragon that had only recently become a dragon, and was completely unaware of this point. Thus, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and directly accepted the challenge. This just happened to fall into the Dragon Slayer's trap, and made him feel relieved. He thought that the outcome was set, and a great benefit would fall into his hands. Chapter 1580. Tang Zheng was trapped by the dragon-capturing hands and couldn't move. The dragon-capturing hands specifically restrained him. No matter how he struggled, he was actually helpless. Dragon horns. His heart stirred. Since the dragon slayer was so afraid of the dragon horns, then the power of the dragon horns was naturally unquestionable. Boom! 2 rays of golden light shot out from the dragon horns. The surrounding air surged, but he was still unable to move. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Weren't the dragon horns very powerful? Why couldn't he break the dragon-capturing hands? But he didn't know that the dragon-capturing hands was specially used to restrain the divine abilities of the dragon race. The attack of the dragon horns was also a divine ability of the dragon race, so it would also be restrained by the dragon-capturing hands. When this dragon slayer killed that dragon race member who also had dragon horns, when the dragon slayer used the dragon-capturing hands, the dragon race member quickly dodged and didn't face the enemy head-on. This avoided the power of the dragon-capturing hands. Once the dragon-capturing hands couldn't trap the dragon race, then the dragon race members' dragon horns could freely unleash their power. The dragon slayer would naturally be surrounded by danger. Tang Zheng didn't know this. He was like a butterfly that had fallen into a spider's web. No matter how he flapped his wings, there was no way to escape. Tang Zheng stared blankly at the golden light that didn't have any effect. He couldn't believe it. Ha ha ha. You've already been trapped by my dragon-capturing hands, and you still want to struggle? That's futile. You're dead meat. I'll let you struggle at death's door for a while. After I fuse with this dragon god fragment, I'll deal with you. At that time, even if you have dragon horns, I may not be afraid of you. The dragon slayer suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, not to mention how proud he was. Dragon god fragment. Tang Zheng was suddenly stunned and cried out in surprise. The dragon slayer looked at him with a burning gaze and said thoughtfully, "So that's how it is. Ha ha. The ancestors of the dragon race even hid it from their own descendants. So a stupid dragon like you actually didn't know anything." Tang Zheng ignored the dragon slayer's taunts. In any case, the dragon-capturing hands could only trap him temporarily and would not hurt him. Thus, he took the opportunity to ask, "What exactly is the dragon god fragment?" The dragon slayer thought for a while, shook his head, and said complacently, "Seeing that you don't know anything, I might as well be merciful and let you know why you died." After a slight pause, the dragon slayer said, "The greatest leader of your dragon clan is called the dragon god. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years ago your dragon clan already had a dragon god. His strength was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, his fate was not very good, and he died at the hands of his own brother. The dragon god was killed by his own brother." Tang Zheng turned pale with fright. This was the first time he had heard of this inside story. It could be considered a true secret. Even the golden dragon had not revealed a single word to him. In fact, judging from the dragon slayer's tone, even the golden dragon might not know about this. Why did the dragon god die in the hands of his own brother? The dragon slayer seemed to have really treated him as a dead man with no chance of turning over, so he actually shamelessly explained it to him. "We were born from the same root, so why are we in such a hurry to kill each other? This kind of thing can only be done for one reason: power. When the old dragon god was dying, he passed the throne of the dragon clan to the dragon god. As his brother, he would naturally be dissatisfied and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Killing the dragon god is naturally the best way." The dragon slayer said jokingly. This story was very melodramatic, but there were countless similar versions in the long river of history. After the dragon god died, The dragon god's soul turned into many fragments, which are the dragon god fragments. It's just that no one would have thought that the dragon god fragments were actually hidden in the dragon seal. Hee hee, those old fellows of the dragon clan are really cunning, trying to use this kind of method to stop us dragon slayers. The dragon slayer curled his lips in disdain. What is the use of the dragon god fragments? Tang Zheng asked curiously. Ha, it's very useful. Once you collect all the dragon god fragments and merge them with yourself, then it's possible to become a new dragon god. This is something that countless dragon clan and even dragon slayers dream of. Ever since this dragon god died, there hasn't been another dragon god in the dragon clan. That's why the dragon clan fell from their lofty pedestal and ended up in such a state of hiding. When Tang Zheng heard this, his mind was greatly shaken. He didn't think that the fall of the dragon clan actually had such an inside story. That's not right. When did the dragon slayer appear? Was it after the fall of the dragon god? Did the dragon slayer have anything to do with the fall of the dragon god? Tang Zheng's mind was very active. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was an inside story that was hard to grasp. He hurriedly asked, "Is the dragon slayer related to the fall of the dragon god?" The dragon slayer looked at him in surprise and said in disbelief, "You dragon clan actually don't even know the origin of the dragon slayer?" Tang Zheng really didn't know. I really don't know how much inside story the old fellows of the dragon clan hid from you. How do you think the dragon slayer appeared? Out of thin air. You have to know how powerful and noble the dragon clan used to be. How could anyone dare to hunt the dragon clan for a living? Isn't that just courting death? A dramatic expression appeared on Tang Zheng's face. Since the dragon slayer kept saying that the dragon clan was so high, then how could there be a dragon slayer? The dragon slayer said without stopping, "I can tell that you don't know anything just by looking at your expression." Humph, the dragon clan is really getting worse with each generation. No wonder they can't escape the fate of being hunted by us. They don't even know their own history. How can a clan that doesn't know their own history be strong? Tang Zheng clenched his teeth and didn't argue with the dragon slayer. He would let him show off enough and naturally reveal more inside stories. Sure enough, the dragon slayer deliberately asked mysteriously, "Do you know who the first dragon slayer was?" Tang Zheng blinked and naturally couldn't answer. The dragon god's brother. The dragon slayer pondered for a moment and spat out 5 words. Then he stared at Tang Zheng with shining eyes, as if he wanted to give him time to digest this news. Kacha! Tang Zheng's brain seemed to have flashed with a bright flash of lightning. He was completely stunned by these 5 words. The first dragon slayer was actually the dragon god's brother, which was the dragon clan that killed the dragon god. He was dumbfounded. No matter what, he never thought that the first dragon slayer would be him. Gradually, the hidden clues seemed to be connecting together bit by bit, piecing together into a complete clue. A light flashed in his mind, and he asked suspiciously, could it be that the dragon slayer was also created by this dragon clan? The dragon slayer laughed wildly. "Ha ha! A stupid dragon, like you can actually draw inferences from one case. It seems that you aren't too stupid. You guessed right. This is the origin of the dragon slayer." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.